Anybody? Who can tell me? Raise your hand in the chat window. Everybody should know. This is the question that we discussed. A, B, C. Which one? So Gaji Mahmood. Gaji Mahmood. Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning.
So, good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. So what do you think? What should be the answer here?
The B iconfig all.
iConfig all. Good. So iConfig, this is called ipconfig, right?
Yes.
ipconfig all. So ipconfig all is the command that if we type in our DOS window, that we can get all the information about the IP network card, right?
Yes.
Submask, default gateway, everything. So this is a very powerful command, right? So if we go to the command window, how to go to the command window here, Kaji? Let's say I want to go to the
run CMD.
Yeah, good. So if I type CMD, I go open the command prompt, and then I type ipconfig space / all, right?
Yes.
There should be a space after ipconfig. Okay. So it is not like that. It is not ipconfig / all. It is not like that. You have
yeah, sorry.
ipconfig then / all, right?
Yes.
Then you can see that so many information you get. So we are interested. Look here. If you look at from the bottom top, it give you the computer name. Host name means what? Computer name, right?
Yes.
It also give you the IP address, IP4 address, 192.168.2.10, right? So what do you think? It is which class belongs to this number? Last class we discussed there are 3 type of IP class A, class B, and class C, right? Which class this IP addresses belongs to? No? So we learned last class that if a class like how many octet here? This number? There are 4 octet, correct, Gaji?
Yes.
So 4 octet. Out of 4 octet, you can see the first number is what? First octet is 192, right?
Yes.
So what do you think? 192, which number it is?
I think that's class C.
Class C, yeah. So class C is the range where 192 to 200 what? 23, right?
Yes.
So last class we learned this thing. So what we learned last class? Last class we learned that there are in IP address there are 3 kind of class, right? Class A, sorry, this is class A, class B, and class C, right? The range of first octet. What is the range of first octet for class A? 1 to 126, right? Class B 127, 28 to what? 191.
91, yeah.
192 to 223, right? Yes. So if the number here, in this case, you see the number, we are talking about the first number, right?
First number, yeah.
This is the first octet. That's why here I write range of first octet. If it belongs to this range, then we can easily I can understand which class it is. Now you tell me if you find any IP addresses like this. What do you think? Which class it is?
Class A.
Class A, because you don't need to look about these 3. You will look only the first one. First one belongs to this range, so it is class A, right? So
Yes.
now in this class, everybody should clear, whenever I see any IP address, I can easily know which class this IP address belongs to. Correct?
Yep.
Right. What is the format of class A? Let's say if it is now once you identify this is a class A network, right? Then what will be your what is called the format, right? Last class we learned belong out of this IP address something we call network address and something we call host address, right? This is host ID and N means network ID, right? So let's say once I find, okay, this is class A. What is the format of class A? Can you tell me how many network ID and how many host ID? By the way, how many bit of this IP address? How many bit? Gaji, quickly please.
Uh,
So did you study
us,
last? How many hours you study last week?
I did not learn actually.
You didn't study.
No.
Why, you are busy at work?
Yep.
So, but you will continue from this week, right?
Yep.
Okay. So folks, everybody here, it is not only Gaji or XYZ. It is the thing is that for everybody. So our lesson number 1, last class we'll discuss, right? That you have to spend at least 15 hours per week. If you don't, then you'll be behind. Once you got behind, then you lose the interest and then that will never. So now, Gaji here, you, let's say you are in America, how many years?
Like 6 years.
Like 6 years. So last 6 years you did not, definitely you're doing some other job, not IT related job, correct?
Yep.
So now you come to people and take, what is your goal?
To find a good job,
Good job means what?
like a QA analyst.
QA analyst. So your goal is QA analyst, right?
Yep.
So to get a QA analyst, so you come from a non-IT background to a QA analyst is IT job or is a non-IT job?
IT job.
So you're coming from non-IT background to a IT job, right?
Yep.
How much time you have in people and tech? How much time they will give you for this
For
course? 4 months, right? Let's say 4 months.
4 months. Yep.
So in these 4 months, to come from a non-IT background to get a IT related job, right? That the course that we design, it is we design the course for non-IT people. In this software testing class, we actually do not. There was a misconception. A lot of people think that, oh, this is a IT related. We actually design the course. Whatever I am teaching or other instructor will be teaching you, everything we design our course to teach non-IT people, not IT people. We do not want a computer science student here. I mean, if it is there, that's good. We do not discourage them, right? But our course is not only for them. Our course actually we design for non-IT people, right? Just like you, that you coming from a non-IT background, and then we are bringing you to get a job as a QA analyst. That's great. Our time is 4 months, right? So we know the duration, and I told you last class, nobody will tell you this thing, but on a experience point of view, I told you that if you do not spend 20 hours or 15 hours a week, this will not work. You understand that point, Gaji?
Yes.
You agree with me or not?
Yes, I agree.
You agree. You understand that part, right?
Yep.
So in North America, or is to find out this 20 hours per week is very difficult, right? Very difficult, very difficult. It is not easy thing because normally most of the people work 12 hours a day, right? Most of the people like you and me, everybody, we work like this so hard, plus our family time, children, wife and other family stuff. It's very hard for an adult person to find out 3-4 hours every day. Let's say 3 hours every day. It's very hard actually. But as you already came to People and Tech, and you are paying almost how much? $3,600 or $4,000, right? So let's all together $4,000. So spending $4,000 to People and Tech, and then if you do not spend these 3 hours time, then you already got behind. And once you got behind, it will be very difficult for you to catch up. I'm telling you guys, please do not take it otherwise. I'm your friend. That's why I'm telling you as just like as a brother. Okay. So it is not I'm hurting anybody or trying to discourage anybody. Please, everybody spend time. If you don't, then this mechanism will not work. Because we designed the course such a way, we are assuming that you spend 3 hours per day at home, right? 3 hours minimum. And if you don't, then believe me, this formula will not work, right? Because we already take a very big challenge to take a non-IT guy to an IT to get an IT related job, right? And so our time is not even longer time. It's not a 1 year course, right? There is no time to repeat any class, right? We have, because to last class what you will learn today, you will be learning different thing, right? So please, everybody, in that respect, be careful. Everybody, do not, always remember the next class something new will be waiting for me. Okay, so that is very important thing. Anyway, so we learned the class. Once we say this is a class, right? Class A, and the range is we found 1 to 126, and we found the format. Format is n dot h dot h dot h. So we know the IP address. Last class I told you all those things, 32-bit address, right? There will be 32-bit. Even I make the calculation that you remember 192.168.2.1. I make it binary, and we found this is the 8-bit here. This is 8-bit. This is 8-bit. This is 8-bit. So 4 times 8, how much? 32, right? So this is the 32-bit address. Out of this 32-bit, now if you look at out of this n, how many n here, Gaji? How many n
One,
here?
one.
So how many, one n means how many bit here?
8.
8-bit. So our 8-bit will be network. And how many h here?
3.
So 3 times 8, how much? 24, right?
24. Yep.
So that means if it is a class A, then 8-bit will be reserved for the network and 24-bit will be reserved for the host. That means
Host.
I can connect these many computers, right? So you can say that there is, then we put subnet mask, right? Subnet mask, how many hosts here?
3.
How many network?
1.
So always remember, whatever the network ID, right, that will be 255. Okay, so n means 255. How many h here?
3.
So there will be 30 here. That means I'm telling computer that these 3 number is you can use for the host, but do not use this number. This is I already used for my own communication purpose. Okay, and then number of computers. So here I put 2 to the power 24. Why 24? Because there are 24 bit is available, right?
Yep.
This is the formula. That means if you do the calculation, almost 55,000, that many computer I can connect in a subnet if it is a class A. Okay. If it is a class B now, 128 to 191. What is the formula of class B? You have to remember this formula, 2n and 2h.
H.
So what will be the subnet mask? Now you tell me. How many n here?
2.
So there will be 255 will be 2, right?
250. Yep.
And how many h? 2.
2, then 0, 0.
So how many, what will be his formula? Formula will be always
16.
16
2 to
because
the
this,
power 16.
because this is 16 bit, right? This
Yep.
2H minus 2. Then class C, 192 to 223, n dot, n dot, n dot here, H. How many n here?
3.
So what will be subnet mask?
255,
Uh-huh.
255, 255, 0.
And what is the formula?
2 to the power 8
Minus,
minus 2.
right? Because why 8? Because only one host is there,
Only one edge.
right? So this is it very difficult to memorize or understand now? Now you understand, right?
Yep.
Clear? So this is the thing.
Yep.
So always remember, everybody, this is the chart. Everybody needs to understand and ask yourself that what we learned last class, right? And you got almost whole week, right? And it will be really difficult for me or for any teacher to teach you something new when I understand that a lot of guys you did not study, right? That will not work. At least I cannot teach, right? So anyway, okay, good. Thanks, Mr. Gaji, to participate with me. Okay.
Thank you. It's never happened, Nijam bhai. You can ask me next class.
Okay, very good, very good. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Now, so you see that this is the thing, right? So this exam means kind of reviewing. Okay, I want to see where you are. Okay. Now, number 2, which of the following enables a Windows server to assign IP address? Out of A, wins, 2 DHCP, 3 DNS, 4 IAS. Which service provide the IP address to the client computer? Who can tell? New York B. Uh, Tahrar. Ali Tahrar, I think. Are you there? Lots of noise. Sorry, I can't make you guys unmute because so much noise. I don't know why people in tech cannot solve this problem. Okay, let's say I have to choose the online people. CAN, Kamran Minhas, 8116.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are you?
I'm good, How are you doing?
I'm good. Okay, so what do you think? What is number 2? What should be the answer?
I think it should be DHCP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol.
Very good, very good. So dynamic host configuration protocol, this is a service of Windows, right?
Yeah.
This is a service that provide IP address to the client machine automatically, right? So do you have a DHCP on your home?
No, I'm not using a Windows server. I have a Windows 8, so I probably I don't have it.
So how come you go to the internet? You say you do not have it at your home, right? So now your computer get an IP address, right? You have Windows 8, you say,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
So how come your computer get an IP address then if you do not have an IP DHCP? What do you think? Right?
Yeah, usually like Internet Protocol is the one that is used for like network distribution, and these are on the server side, the DHCPs. That's what my
So
understanding
now,
is.
so you got Rogers or Bell?
We have Bell here.
Bell.
Yeah.
So now open command prompt from your computer.
Okay.
Type ipconfig /all.
Yep.
What you just come down when you see the IP address and all those stuff, come to that level from the top. So first you got host name, right?
Yeah.
And then come down in the and you see the physical address. DHCP enable, yes or no?
Yeah, DHCP enabled. Yeah.
Enable, right?
Yeah.
What is your IP?
192
something.
Yeah. Yeah. 192.168.1.1.
1.1. Okay, and then go a little down and you see there is a DHCP server. Did you see that?
Yeah. Same. It's the same. 192.168.1.1.
Yeah. So that means your home you have a DHCP server, right?
Okay.
Who is that? Who is that guy? Who is your DHCP server? That means the modem or router that Bell give you, right? That modem and router also works as a DHCP server. Okay.
Sorry, your voice just broke down. Can you repeat that?
Sorry. Oh,
Your voice just broke down.
okay. I said like your computer, the Bell or modem, whatever you have, right? That device works also as a DHCP server, right?
Oh, okay. Okay.
So that guy, the Bell or provider, install that DHCP server's functionality within that modem. Okay.
Within that modem. Okay.
Within that modem. So that's why in your home, let's say you have a laptop, you have a iPod or tablet, whatever you have, everybody is getting IP address from that device, right?
I got it now.
So now
Yeah.
you
So
got it?
that's why I was thinking like couldn't be on my PC, right? It should be on a server side.
Yeah. So that means that's the thing you're getting. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Now,
Cool.
so now you see that there is also another thing called DNS, right?
Yeah.
What does it mean? Domain name service.
Yeah.
So what the function of DNS?
It actually resolves the domain name, like the website you're connecting to. It resolves that actually.
Yeah. So what we learned last class, we learned that computer cannot communicate each other by his name, right?
Yeah.
Or the URL. URL also a name, www.facebook.com. Computer does not know what is Facebook. Computer does not know computer 1, computer 2, server 1, server 2. It is only for us, for a human to understand, right?
Exactly.
Computer communicate each other by his IP address, right?
Yeah.
So now that's why your computer get an IP address. If your computer do not get an IP address, it is impossible you can go to the internet.
Yeah.
If some reason your computer do not get an IP address, you cannot go to the internet. Impossible.
Exactly.
So that means your computer must need an IP address. So just we discussed that your modem or home router has a, hold on one second. Hello? Hello, Deva. Hi. Hi, it's Adam here. Hi, Adam. How are you? Hi, I'm fine. Oh, good. I just want to let you know I finished the change. Only if you can try your testing. Okay. Yeah. So I have to involve my tester here. I see. So give me half an hour time. I'll call you back in this number. Okay? Oh, that's fine. You can either call me this number or send me an email. It's a BlackBerry, so I'll get it both. Okay, then. Thanks. Thank you. Bye-bye. Guys, give me 1 minute. Hey, how are you?
I'm good, Nizam. How are you?
I'm fine. Okay, so they changed the those IPs. Okay.
Okay.
Let me give ping ID. Yeah. So you can do some validation and let me know. Okay.
Sure, sure. I'll just now check it on and then I'll give you a call back.
Okay.
Okay, fine. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, guys. Sorry. So now, as we discuss here, that we have DNS, right? So now DNS is the guy who knows the computer name and IP. So what is DNS here? What we discuss here? We discuss that DNS is a service, just like DHCP. It is also a service which contains a database, and in that database it has the all computer name or URL name and their IP address. Okay. So if computer does not know, so computer 1 to communicate with computer 2, he first asks DNS guy, hey DNS, what is the IP address of computer 2? If DNS does not know the IP address of computer 2, then your computer 1 cannot communicate with him. So every network environment, there must be a DNS. In our home environment, which is our DNS? In our home environment, our DNS is our that modem, the Bell or Rogers or whoever we have, right? So that modem, you see that it has DHCP functionality, it has DNS functionality, right? Both functionalities there. So when you join in a company, let's say you join a company, that company has, let's say, 30,000 employees. So 30,000 employees have 30,000 computer, isn't it? Every computer must have an IP address. So who will provide the IP address to those computers? DHCP, right? And that 30,000 computer will communicate each other. So they must have their own DNS server, right? So that DNS will resolve the computer name into IP address plus internet thing, right? Like when you go to facebook.com, there is also a Facebook is a name, right? Somebody has to know what is the IP address of that facebook.com. Got the point?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, very good. So this is the way you have to understand everybody. Okay, good. Number 3, which common internet protocol allows for retrieval of email from a server? Which is this protocol allows? ISP, POP, FTP, SMTP. So from Texas, Usman Jada from 8112. Are you there? Hello? 8112TX Usman Jada. No? So cannot wait for a long time. Then Sanjida Suchi from NC. I don't know what is NC for. Are you there? Hello? Look like they are not in front of the computer. Then from cities, Samir Goodir. City means Connecticut, I think. Are you there? Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Yeah, good morning.
Okay, so which common internet protocol allows for retrieval of email from the server? ISP, POP, FTP, SMTP. What do you think?
I think it's SMTP.
Hmm?
I said I think it's SMTP, no?
I'm asking you. You look like you are asking me.
Yeah, I said SMTP.
SMTP. You said SMTP. So you say which common internet protocol allows for retrieval? Retrieval means what? What is the meaning of retrieval? Means download, right?
Yeah.
That means you are getting something from him, right? What
From
protocol
him.
it is? So you say SMTP. What is the meaning of SMTP to you? What does it mean? What is the abbreviation of SMTP?
Yes. I forgot.
You forgot. Did you attend the class?
No.
Oh, you didn't. Okay.
No.
Oh, so it is your first class today?
Yeah, because I wasn't here last class. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So then you do not know. That's fine. Okay. That's great. Okay. Now, then MI 809 MI 8097 Lipi Akhtar. Are you there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Can you speak loudly, please?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think? Number 3.
I think it's POP because you need to download and POP POP. It's for downloading.
Okay. Very good. Very good. So she said POP, Post Office Protocol, right? This protocol is responsible to download the email from the mail server, right? So this is also discussed last class. We say for the mail purpose, for the mail point of view, if I want to download mail from internet, right? So what we learned that let's say we have a person A, his email address is abc@yahoo.com, and person B, his xyz@gmail.com, right? So that Yahoo, this is the domain. That guys have two server. One is their SMTP server, one is their POP or IMAP server, right? Same Gmail, they also have their SMTP and their POP or IMAP, right? So now here we know that SMTP is responsible to send the email, right? And POP or IMAP is responsible for receive or download email, right? SMTP means simple mail transfer protocol, post office protocol. So now what happened when the user A is sending email, it first goes to the SMTP server. SMTP server send the email, and that email will be received by POPs, this guy, and this guy will sending email to him, right? Download it to here. When he reply, so it comes to SMTP, right? Opposite way, and then this guy will be sending file to POP, and from POP this guy will be downloading, correct? So that means there are two servers responsible for SMTP and IMAP, right? Each so these are the protocol that it responsible for the internet, I mean for the mail service, right? Mail communication, right? So last class we discussed how to configure a Gmail account. Did it, Lipi Akhtar, with Microsoft Outlook?
No, I did not do it yet.
Do you have a Microsoft Outlook at your home?
Yes, I do. I was going to.
Sorry?
I know the steps. I practiced, but I didn't configure it yet.
So you know the step, but you didn't have time to do it yet, right? That's what he said.
Yes.
Do you have a Gmail account?
Yes.
Okay, then why don't we go to your computer and see what happened, okay?
Okay.
So I'm coming to your computer right now. Give me 1 sec, okay?
Okay.
You should see a button that you are the presenter and click yes, okay?
Okay.
Did you see that? Okay, Lipi Akhtar. Open your First open your Gmail, log into your Gmail. Everybody watch. This is not only for her. I know a lot of people, you guys did not do it. Okay. So go there and now go to your, go to your setting. Yeah, you're correct. And then go to this guy forwarding and pop IMAP. So enable IMAP. Yeah, click enable IMAP and save it. Very good. So your Gmail part, minimize this window. You are done. Okay. Now open your Microsoft Outlook. Just type Outlook. Yes, very good. You see how she typed, right? She did not search. She just like Outlook, it comes. Now it comes like this. Click yes. Did you set up before? It looked like you did something before. Okay.
I didn't totally set up yet.
It's okay. Go to File. Then go to not File. Where it is? Which version it is?
This is 2007.
2007. Okay. This is okay. Let me see where it is. Where it is. Click another blank window.
Blank window.
Okay. Now and click New. I want to see where it how to set up the account here. Because 2007, there should be somewhere. I don't know where it is. We click Action, maybe some tools or action. Somewhere should be something. Okay, go to Tools. Account setting. Here it is. They put account setting here. Yeah. Click New. Type your name. Okay, good. Just leave it like this and click manually. Now, click. Don't put password now. Go to the manually configure setting.
Oh.
Yeah. Click Next. Internet.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you now choose IMAP instead of POP. Now type imap.gmail.com and then type outgoing SMTP. You see here clearly it's say incoming and outgoing, right? You know, incoming means download IMAP and outgoing means SMTP, right? Okay, good. Now username, type your username, put your password, click more setting on the right side. Okay, now you type here your something like a, let's say Lipi email or my email on that.
My organization?
Here on the where is your email address. Take out this thing.
Oh. Okay.
Give a name. There's a my Lipis something email. Okay, and then go to the connection. Sorry, outgoing server. Click that checkbox. Then go to advanced. Now you see that from here took click none to SSL. Yeah, click yes, no problem. Click SSL. And then here also SSL, the other one.
Okay.
So here just type 465. So for the Gmail, their port number is 465 and their incoming server is 993. Hang on, don't click. Your MSN wants to alert you that the following, please log in via your browser. Okay, click OK. Something happened here. Okay, click OK. Go to your hang on. imap.gmail.com, right? imap.gmail.com. Yeah. Click cancel. Okay, go to setting again. Setting.
Oh, okay.
I mean your setting here. Go to IMAP forward map. Did you save last time? This guy. Enable. Yeah, you enable. Okay, you enable. So you enable pop. Go up. Sorry. Yeah, you set up on. Okay, now click enable also your pop also. Pop also enable, right? Okay. Save it. Okay, now go back to your Outlook. Restart the programs. Yeah, go there. Click Lippy's email on the bottom. Your Outlook is crashing, look like, right?
Yes.
Anyway, so this is the way you guys, everybody watch what she did, right? So people who did not do yet, please do it, okay? This is, you have to do it. You have no choice. Okay, thanks Lippy to participate with me, okay? Okay, so we just hear that which common internet productive email it is POP, and now which system is used to resolve named on the internet such as www.google.com to IP address. So you already know that DNS and the host file, there are two guys, right? Host is the local DNS, right? Every computer we have a host file. Where it is? If I go to C, right, Windows, then system32, then drivers, then etc. So if you go there, host file, you see that host? This is the local DNS. If you open with Notepad, you can type it any computer. Let's say I want to put, let's say, for example, 192.168.2.10. Then let's say I create a website called nizam.com, right? So I have to, which is nizam.com, right? And this is his IP address. So IP address and computer name. If I put it like save it, right? Now if I now ask my computer, okay, go to nizam.com, so my browser will first check this host file and say, okay, I'm looking for IP address of nizam.com. He said this is the IP address. Then my browser will go there. Okay, so this is also a local, we call it is local DNS. Okay, every computer, your computer also have this file. So sometime when you join a company, you'll hear people, okay, why don't you update your host file? Check your host file. So what is host? Host also a DNS. It is a local DNS. To every computer has things. So what happened when you first type www.facebook.com, for example, your computer actually first coming to this host file. If you do not find it, any information about, let's say, facebook.com, then he will go to the next DNS. Next DNS is what? Your home environment is your modem, right? Like this. So if you do not find it there, then he will ask another place, right? So a lot of DNS in the world, right? Somebody know what is the IP address of facebook.com, right? And then your DNS will update that information. So next time when you type again facebook.com, Now your DNS already know what is the IP address of Facebook. Then it will not spend more time to finding the IP address of facebook.com like this. Okay, now number 5. A user can send email but cannot receive any email. Which of the following settings should be verified in the email account? He sent email but he cannot receive email. So we know already right now, POP, right? POP server setting, something wrong. That's why I can send email but I cannot receive email. Got it? Number 6. Which internet protocol encrypt and decrypt the user page requests via as well as the page that are returned by the web server using SSL? Which internet protocol follow the encryption and decryption? FTP, HTTP, HTTPS. So you know that it is HTTPS, right? Secure. So that if you see any places it is HTTPS, then it means what? It is a very secure. Like last class I showed you, right? That if you go any even your Facebook account, you'll see this is very secure. So like that, if I type www.facebook.com, watch my browser automatically changed to HTTPS. You see that on the top? HTTPS. That means it becomes secure, right? So all the communication from my browser and the Facebook server is secure now. Nobody in the middle cannot see anything, right? That kind of thing. If it is not secure, so when I go there, right? So if it is not secure, and if I go there, what will happen? So if I type facebook.com, right? So if I let's say type facebook.com, so when I type my username and password, right? When I type these things, somebody in the middle, let's say some hacker, can see what is the password. But now he cannot see because it is encrypted. Nobody see what is happening here. So this is completely encrypted. Got it? So this is the way how it works. Okay. A Windows computer is unable to connect to the internet network, Ethernet network. The physical connection is correct. To determine if the stack is working correct, which IP address should be pinged? Something wrong with your computer, you say, you know what, I cannot go to the internet. I was fine yesterday, but today I'm not going. Which IP address I should ping to see that my network card is working or not? Your own network card. Anybody from this class can answer this question. This is little tricky, but you should answer. So let's say from LA, Shajjatul Islam.
Hello.
Are you there?
Yes.
Hang on, let me check my. Hello?
Yes.
Okay, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. So what do you think?
(192) number C.
Well, this is the like a yeah. Let's say it is your IP address, right?
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
type ping space 192.168.1.1, right? That's fine. Yeah, that might be a valid answer. But whenever we check the troubleshoot point of view, let's say I want to make sure maybe my network card is not working, right? So there is a reserve IP. Every network card has an IP address that is reserved for troubleshooting purpose. No? Always remember from now onwards, everybody, that is 127.0.0.1. Okay? This IP address is reserved for everybody's concern. So if you go to your computer now, if you type ping 127.0.0.1 and you see that I'm getting reply, right? Did I get reply?
Yes.
Right? That means my network card is fine. If I do not get a reply, that means something wrong with my network card. My network card maybe, is not working anymore, right? So sometime weird thing happened. Hey, what happened? I cannot go to the internet. Something wrong with my computer. So you just team. This is the reserve we call loop back adapter. Another way we call loop back address or loop back adapter. Okay. So a lot of time, this is a very interesting question that loop back, loop back address. Okay. What is this? 127.0.0.1. If you remember in class A, class B, what I put 100 to 126, right? Class B 128 to 191, and class C 192 to 223. Remember? You see that I didn't use 127. The 127 is not here. It is gap, right? Correct? So that 127 is used by the network, by the troubleshooting on in diagnostic purpose. It is called loopback address. This IP address is reserved for each network card. Okay, so 127.0.0.1. Remember this thing. Okay, guys? Good. You guys learning so many things, man. Okay, very good. Now, a computer begins run slowly while in use. Where can all currently running program and process used to be checked? Let's say your computer suddenly slow. You say, if you click any place, it's getting long time to get the response. You say, okay, I want to see something. What is going on? Why am I? What kind of program is running? What kind of process is running on my computer right now? I want to check it. Where I should go? From LA, Alif Laila. Are you there? No? Okay. I'm looking for just online people, because I cannot unmute classroom. Roshan something. Sorry, I can't see the last name. City, from City. 8096. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is your last name, please?
Roshan Zaman, last name.
Okay, very good. How are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. City means what?
Connecticut.
Connecticut. Okay, good. So now what do you think? Number 8.
Task. B, task manager.
Very good. It is a task manager, right? So
Yes,
task
sir.
manager is the place where we can see how many program is running right now on my computer. How to open task manager, Roshan?
Task manager.
TASK-MGR, right?
Yes,
If I
sir.
just type here TASK-MGR, it opens like this.
Yes.
Look here, I can see, okay, these are the program right now running, right? In my computer,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
My go-to training, my Outlook, Skype, my Paint, DOS, my Microsoft Word, right? And these are the
Yes.
process. How many processes running? Important part is that in this process, I can easily say, okay, which process is taking the more CPU? So if you sorted by CPU, you can see that I can see that 12% CPU is using by an application called G2com blah blah .exe. That means it is a go-to training, right?
Yes,
That
sir.
guy is taking my CPU utilization now, right? So if sometimes if you feel, oh, okay, this time is killing my computer. So if you right click, you can click end process, right? So that
Yes.
particular
Yes.
process will be killed, right? So in the real world, you might face this kind of situation. Then you might be told, okay, why don't you kill the guy, kill the process? He said, well, how come I kill the process? What do you mean, kill the process, right? This is IT terminology. We always use this word in the corporate world, right? Because
Okay.
why don't
Yeah.
you kill the process? So how I can kill the process? How come I know what is that process? I have to go to the task manager. In the task manager, I can see the process here. There is a button called process, and I can easily see that which process is consume my most CPU. And I'm now decided to kill him. How to kill him? I can easily right click that guy and then call end process, right? Then that And then I go to the services. I can see all the services here. I can go to the performance, right? The most important feature. So I can see right now my computer is used by how much CPU utilization. Total almost average 30%, let's say, right? I have 4 CPU, almost 30% CPU is utilized. In the bottom, I can see how much memory is utilized. I have 4 gig of memory. Out of 4 gig, 2.4 gig is already, right? This is giving you like a real-time situation that what is going on right now, right? Okay, very good. Now let's talk about other one. Number 9. I don't know why I put number 38 here. Okay. Which of the following classes in the address? Which class it is? 20810. It is easy now. Everybody know that it is a class. So 208. 28 means how? What is that? I think it is 190. So it is a class C, isn't it? Because it is between the 192 to 223, that range. So it is a class C network, right? Okay, which of the following network is used to sending email? Sending email SMTP, we know that. Which of the following protocol is used to encrypt packet over the internet? Very important. Which protocol is used to encrypt the packet? So you just minute before we discuss HTTPS and SSH, secure socket layer, right? So this is the two guy normally used to encryption, right? So that if we use this protocol, then between the sender and receiver, the communication will be the secured, right? Hang on. Hello?
Hello, Nizam, Shashi.
Hi.
Hey, Nizam, I checked that it doesn't look any different to me. It looks good. Everything looks good. So how do I know, like, now this URL is now hitting the other server as well?
No, it is not going there. That's why you're saying everything looks good. We did not move the URL, right?
Oh, okay.
Your URL is still pointing to production. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
The other one is your standby server. So now what happened today? Your old standby server is moving to the new standby server.
Yeah.
It doesn't impact your primary production server.
Oh, okay, okay. So whenever the primary server is down, then it will go to that.
That the server, okay.
Oh, okay.
So as it is a GTM change, I want to make sure that you guys have no problem here, okay?
No, I don't see any problem. Everything looks good. I verified all the workbooks, all the sheets, and everything looks good.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks. Huh?
Yeah, thanks, Nizam.
Okay. Which of the following is the default port of SMTP? So we know that SMTP is 25, right? So we know that. Number 12, a tester, as a tester, you join a small company and notice that you are unable to access to the network. You determine that the computers that were unable to access the network have an IP address of 169.254.0.1. Which of the following network service should be checked? Now this is a very interesting question. Look, this IP 169. Look, so here whenever you see that your computer, oops, what happened here? Whenever you see that let's say you have start traveling like this. Number 1, unable to communicate to network, right? That means you cannot go to internet, you cannot communicate with your any other computer. And then you come to DOS and you find the IP. When you type ipconfig/all, you found the IP address started with 168.9.0.0. something. And this 169 is a very important number. Whenever you see this type of number, 169, that means your computer is not getting IP address. Okay? He did not get any IP address. So remember, when a computer didn't receive any IP address, right, from DSCP, then you will get 169 dot blah blah. Okay, so that means what? When you did not get any IP address, what does it means to you? It means that you did not get any IP address. That means what? That your this particular guy is not working. So who is not working? When you did not receive any IP address, what does that mean? It means your DHCP server is not working, right? Because if your DHCP works, then you should get an IP address, right? For some reason, your computer cannot communicate with DHCP. That's why he's not getting IP address, and that's why computer is showing you something, this number, right? And that means you always just make sure that your DHCP is working. So here, answer will be DHCP, right? That my DHCP is not working at that time, right? Explain the following: subnet mask, default gateway, physical address. So we know the subnet mask is a mechanism or is a methodology by which a network determine that how many out of 32 bit, how many bit will be used by network and how many bit will be used by the host. So in a Class C network, by default, 24 bit will be used by the network. So the subnet mask will be 255.255.255.0. In Class B, it will be 16 bit. In Class A, it will be 8 bit. Okay. So the subnet mask will determine how many out of 30. So in other words, you can say this way: by using subnet mask, we are telling computer or network that out of your 32 bit, you use this many bit for network, this many bit for the host, right? For example, in a Class C network, by default, the network bit will be 24 and host bit will be 8. So that's why how we can tell the computer this thing. I mean, so we can say, okay, there will be 3255, 255, 255. Now, what is the meaning of 255? 255 means 8 ones, right? 8 ones means all the signal is on. You cannot put any signal in the middle, right? So out of 32 bit, 24 bit is now reserved for the network. Only last 8 bit is now can be used by the computer. Okay, like this. Default gateway is the server or is a computer or device by which all other computer goes to the internet, right? So in our home computer environment, which is my default gateway? My default gateway is my router, that modem. So my modem at my home that I got from the ISP, it works as a default gateway, it works as a DHCP server, it works as a DNS server. So it has a lot of functionality. Then physical address. What is physical address? Physical address is the address we call MAC address. So I don't remember yesterday I told you, last class I told you or not. Every network card. So in your home computer, you have a computer, you have a network card. You have a laptop has a network card. Network card is a hardware component, right? So that by that component you go to the internet, you communicate each other, right? One computer communicate with the other computer. So the network card, the manufacturer, when they make the network card, right, they put a chip inside the network card. Okay, that within that chip they put an address, and that address has to be unique. Okay, that address cannot be duplicated in the world. Okay, so the MAC address or physical address you have in your home computer, that address cannot be the same in any other computer in the world. Just like a social insurance number. So now you know that when some bad people do some bad thing, right? How come FBI and other people catch them? Because they understand, okay, this signal is coming from, let's say, from that country, from that area, right? Because you can change the IP address. IP address can be different. IP address can be, same IP address can be happens to so many places, no problem. But MAC address is the unique. Okay, so in your computer, if you want to see your MAC address, if you type ipconfig/all, that command that we type, look here, he said Ethernet physical address. You see that? Physical address, and that is 00-26-18-C2 blah 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 whatever, right? This is the MAC address of my this computer, right? So what is the difference between IP address and MAC address, right? IP and MAC. MAC means media access control. So IP is 32-bit address, whereas MAC address is 48-bit address. Okay, this is one difference. Second difference, IP is logical, whereas MAC is physical address. And most important thing is IP can be same, but MAC must be unique, right? Must be unique. So IP address, like a 32-bit address, 48-bit, logical, physical can be the same, but MAC address must be unique, right? So in that circumstances, now you see that this command is how important is that. So many information I'm getting by this command, right? When I type ipconfig/all, now you can see that I'm getting my network card, which network, which company make my network, Realtek, RTL, blah, blah, right? This is my network company. I mean the company who make the network card, right? Then I have physical address, 00, then DHCP enable, I understand it is a yes. Then I got IP4 address, I got it. I know now subnet mask. I got the lease obtained, lease expired. What does it mean? Because my computer is getting the IP address from DHCP server as a lease, as a rent, right? So, so what is my IP address? 2.10. So let's say if I do not turn on my computer next 5-10 days, this IP address can be used by somebody else in my home environment, right? So it is not reserved. It is not that there is no guarantee that my computer will always get this IP address, right? It can be used by somebody else in my home computer. Okay, and then that's why lease obtained, lease expire. Then DHCP server. Now you know the DHCP server. We know there is a DNS server, and look, there is a called default gateway, right? All those information. So you see that my default gateway, my DHCP server, and my DNS server is the same IP. That means it is the same device, right? So in the clear everybody here, now I believe everybody should be clear that all those stuff that we just discussed. Okay, very good. What is the function of the following protocol, right? Here is the, I didn't, okay. Number 14, what is the function of the following DNS and DHCP? We already discussed, right? DNS domain name service. It is a database which contain computer name and associated IP address. DNS translate computer name into IP address, right? And DHCP, dynamic host configuration protocol. This is a service which provide computer IP address to all client computers automatically. What is the range of the first octet of class A, class B, class C? We already discussed, right? What do you mean by 192.168.1.100/24, right? So 192, we know this is a class C. So we can say it is a class C network, and /24 means, we call it is a suffix. Suffix means that, remember we talk about 32-bit, right? Out of 32-bit, 24-bit will be used by the network. Okay, so if you slash some number, so you can understand that number represent out of 32-bit, that many bit will be used by the network. And so out of 32, 24 will be used by network, so that 32 minus 8, 24, 8 bit will be used by the host, right? So it is a class C network. What is the loopback address? We know right now 127.0.0.1, right? What is the difference between IP address and MAC address? We just discussed, right? Okay. Now number 19, you have a computer and placing connect to the existing LAN. You assign 192.168.1.100 to the new PC that is connected to the router, which IP address is 191.100.200. what should be the default gateway of this new PC, right? So let's draw the diagram about what he said. So he said, let me put it here. He said you have a computer and planning to connect to existing LAN, existing network. So you have a computer like this, and now he said, okay, you assign an IP address of this computer 192.168.1.100. Now, right, to a new PC that is connected to the router. This PC is connected to a router, right? To a router. This is a router or modem, whatever. And this IP address is 192.168.1.200, right? So this is his IP address. Now, question is that what is the default gateway of this new PC? This is new PC. So we know that this guy, this new PC going to the internet through him, right? So this is the route, this is the gateway, right? I'm going outside through him. So in my new PC, IP address is 192.168.1.100. My subnet mask, I know this is a class C, so class C will be 255.255.255.0, and my default gateway will be 192.168. 1 dot how much? This guy, isn't it? 1.200, because I'm going outside through this computer or router. So that will be the default gateway of this PC. Correct? Okay. What is the function of the following protocol? SMTP. It send the email HTTP, it is the internet protocol, SSL secure socket layer, security of the internet, POP, download email, FTP file transfer protocol, sending and receiving file from one corp to another corp, telnet. This protocol used to communicate with the Unix and mainframe system, right? What is the number of the following protocol? Port, SMTP how much? By default, 25, HTTP 80, HTTPS 443, POP 110, FTP 21, Telnet 23. Isn't it? Right? What can be typed in the run command to open the following? Command line window. What do you do? Command line window. Any idea? We just discussed, right? So command line window is a, right? So command line window is a, so A, command line window, CMD, right? B, system information window, MS Info 32, isn't it? Then even system properties window, sysdim.cpl. If I tap this command, CPL, so I type here sysdim.cpl, it will open the system window like this window, system properties, right? You see that system property, that's what it says. Then number D, oops, sorry, number D, it's a event log window. So we know that it is event VWR. Then it's a registry, res edit, F, performance monitor, perfmon. Number G, task manager, TASKMGR. Then H, device manager. I think dev, if I even forgot what is that, dev mgmt, I think mgmt dot msc. Okay, dev mgmt dot msc. Look, these are the thing, right? Now done. You are the master of computer now. Any kind of day-to-day activities you can handle it now. Okay, guys. So this is the thing. The day one I told you that when you enter in a corporate world, right? Any corporation, you got a job as a software tester. So you are part of the IT family. Any member of the IT family should know what you just learned. Doesn't matter, I'm a developer, I'm a tester, I'm a programmer, I'm a DBA or whatnot, right? everything is. So problem is that, as I described to you in the first class, that as you coming, most of you guys do not have any IT background, right? That's fine. We do not want any IT background people. See, as you do not have an IT background, now you're coming to the IT background, right? Whatever I just told you guys, right, from my 18 years of experience in the real world, right? From that experience point of view, I'm just telling you, right? So now, as I told you guys, that who am I, from where you are learning this thing, that what I see day to day, the people, what they're doing in my corporation, in different corporation, right? So let's say, as I told you already, guys, like you saw, like today just I got two phone, right, from here and there. You see the lots of people is calling. Sometimes phone is coming from Manila, sometimes phone is coming from Argentina, you know, Japan, Hong Kong, so many, because the company where I work, it is a global company. 19 countries in the world we have business, right? So more than 200 people report to me, right? More than 200 people. Who am I? I'm a director of this service, right? So now in this kind of what people are doing day to day, that's what I'm telling you, right? So that means now if you understand my this lecture, if you follow my this lecture, and if you practice my this lecture with the lab, then you can easily claim that yes, last 4 or 5 years I work in IT industry. Nobody can catch you. Nobody can understand that you never work. Okay? Now you get confidence. You get, oh, now I know what, no, this is the thing, right? That's what I said. As you paid people and take your responsibility, we took on our own shoulder. So the way we are making you the lab, class note, and everything designed, right? It's not that, okay, we don't, you know, we tell you, okay, learn this thing or learn that thing, go to the internet, right? We do not say that. So whatever we give it to you, you don't need to go to left, you don't need to go right, right? You just follow my instruction. That's it. And believe me, then you will be you can easily claim, yes, last 4 or 5 years I work in the IT industry. Okay, this is all about. Okay, so as I said to you guys last week, and please remember my this thing, and because as I said to you guys, in software testing industry, it is a very junior level work. Everybody you understood, and this job in New York City, in different Virginia city, and hundreds of computer coaching center or school like this, right? And most of the teacher, most of the instructors who are teaching you guys, they are also software tester. So he himself is a junior guy in the company, right? He himself software testing, as I said, he's a junior guy. So what kind of teaching he will be teaching you? He himself is a junior person, right? So that you guys has to understand that figures. Okay, so in the overall picture, what is going on in the corporate world, what is the like a full picture, I'm trying my best to give you. And this is all about your manual testing. So always remember my this tips or my this advice, that to become a good software tester, you have to be very good in manual testing, very good in manual testing. And that the piece you guys, all of the guys you are missing. You guys are somehow you are misguided, right? Because of your automation testing is your second part. Your first part is your manual testing. Always remember, this is my honest, my 18 years experience point of view. I can tell you this thing. Your manual testing is the most important thing than anything else. Now, you are getting now subject matter expert. We call it SME. I am the subject matter expert of QTP. I am the subject matter expert of load runner, right? I am the subject matter expert of this. I am the subject matter expert of that technology, right? So that is your secondary part, right? So as you know that, yes, let's say you got a job tomorrow as a load runner guy or as a QTP guy. So you understand the logic. Everybody in this class, everybody we are adult. This because you are not going to a company for 6 months. You are not going to a company for 8-month project. You want to continue enter your life, right? Once you get inside, right, then you want to continue forever, right? So whatever you guys will be learning in future, everything will be your asset, right? So these are the thing, this is the grammar, this is the rhythm. And don't, so you saw today when I validate somebody, I asked couple of people here and there, most of the answer what we got, that we did not have time to, because I did not have time to practice this thing. Please do not do these mistakes. Okay, this is a great mistakes you guys are doing, that without taking preparation what we did last class, we come to the next class and learning what, right? I go to the watch mahfil to listen to Mr. Saidi, the Maulana Dalal Hossain Saidi watch, right? And he keep telling me go to the all the good thing of the life, right? And I'm there, and I'm convinced, okay, I'll say 5 times pray, blah blah, this and that, but I'm not doing anything, right? So we are just like Maulana. It's very interesting to hear my voice, right? You will enjoy everybody's, like all the instructors instructions, but what you are doing, right? We are not giving exam, you will be giving exam. That's why I believe you guys missed my point, that in the first class I told you that take the ownership, this is your job, right? People and tech will not find out a job for you, right? They will help you to get a job, but you have to prepare for that, right? So please be careful on that. Hope today, I think a lot of confusion now. I think now most thing, whatever, we just kind of review last 1.5 hours I did with you guys. And I hope I'm going to send you this thing too, so that you ask yourself, review all my class, review all my notes, right? And that will help you to understand the rest of the thing. Okay. Okay, so I think let's give a 15 minutes break, and then we'll continue up to lunchtime. Okay, take 15 minutes break, and then we'll be back. So 11:35, right? We'll be coming back at not 15, actually 10 minutes break. We'll be back at 11:45. Okay, thanks. Hey, Adam, this is Nidam.
Hey, Nizam, how did the testing go?
Yeah, everything looks good to me.
Good. Okay, so for the ticket, on Monday, you shoot me an email that you worked out fine, and I'll close the ticket.
Yeah, did you send me an email that you completed that thing?
I did telephone you.
Oh,
What I can do is I can email you right now, the same as the group.
yeah.
And you just respond.
Then I can reply. Yeah. Yeah.
Good,
So
that's okay.
one quick question, Adam, here.
Sure.
So now within that GTM setting, let's say our primary site is Barry, right? And for the, yeah.
I'll tell you the exact address. Hold on a second.
So it is going to the
132.21. That's your very
Barry one, yeah. So now let's say Barry is down, okay? First, after how many minutes it will go to the golf road?
correct. The new one, new address.
Yeah.
Yes, it'll roll over to that one.
Okay. Now let's say when Barry come back, it will come back automatically to there, or we have to stop the IIS on the golf road?
I have to confirm with her, but I'm pretty confident that it reverts back to the area one, 10.21.
Well, when I sit down with Barry last time with Harun and some other girl in your team, I forgot her name. Sorry.
Yeah, probably Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse. Yeah. That time we discussed this way that I know it is not a failback, it's not automated. You have to stop it.
I can confirm it. Like I said, Harun's much more familiar with the GTM than me. So what I can do is I can contact him. I'll try calling him right now.
No, it's okay. That's fine. It's not an emergency kind of thing. Just asking. But let's say the thing is that, but Harun, like maybe yesterday or day before yesterday, some of my other team member for other setting, not this setting, for our, that in our investment we have a lot of IAS firm, right? And he said to some of the guys that he set up some setting for them that it will be automated failback. But in this case, I know this URL is not automated failback. So at that time, Harun mentioned there is a rule that he set it up, but the time he configured for this URL, that time that rule was not in place.
Well, it's possible there's a specific setting to do automatic or.
Yeah, he said there is something something I rule set up.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
So he said it's a custom kind of code, but maybe he now find out how to do that.
Sure.
Yeah, so maybe I'll discuss with him in Monday or Tuesday. Anyway,
yeah.
So
I'll see him Monday morning. So I'll mention that we had this discussion. And,
yeah.
Just give him an email or give him a quick call.
Yeah, sure. And just for your info, that actually right now I'm switching my role right now. From Monday I'll be joining in Manulife Global Infrastructure Service in the DNS network service.
Okay.
So I'll be working more closely with you guys.
Oh, well, that's great. That's good. I mean, we really have a good relationship with you, so that's good news.
Yeah, I'm taking over the DNS role right now. I'm joining there as a director of DNS service.
I see. Okay.
So yeah, so I think you heard the name of James Roger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll be working with. So a lot of what he's doing right now, a lot of his current role, I'll be transferring to myself.
Oh, well, that's good.
So
like I said, I know you and her have been working together before.
Yeah. I have a very good. We met with her a couple of times and we discussed. Yeah, thanks, Adam. For your help.
Have a good rest of the weekend, and I'll send you an email right now.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you, Sam. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, so hope to the forum I will send up this these questionnaires. So hopefully everybody will practice this thing. And yeah, so this way we'll go slowly in a new thing. Okay. So last class we just discussed about the IP, subnet mask, DNS, DHCP, right? Active Directory, and all those stuff. Send you the labs, right? So I got an email from someone, somebody from within your whole group, and the email was the content of email was that I come from a non-IT background. Am I eligible to take the performance testing class? So so many email I got almost this kind of answer, question. So as you know that after you finish the CNSS class, will be so um, I am sure that people and tech, Mr. Hanif already described to you, right? So now from there, you guys will be switching as QTP class, then performance testing class, right? And another class is Selenium, right? I don't know what is the Selenium is spelling. Something like that, right? Now, so and now question is that very simple and start. It is up to you which class. So the person I forgot the name, sorry, who sent me this email. So as I mentioned to you guys, let's if you go to the dice.com, right? So first of all you have to make sure that what kind of thing you are looking for, right? So last class I showed you, I don't remember I showed you or not, but probably I did. So this is the one of the biggest website in America. So if you go there, oh my goodness, why is taking too much time? Right. So this is their job, and if you just type software tester, right, and you can see that software tester at this time, if they say, you can see that almost lots of position, or here in this case they shows us almost 35,000 job in all over America or Canada, whatever, total, right? Lot of software testing. So if you categorize this thing, let's say functional testing, T-I-O-N testing, comma, QTP. Let's say you are specialized on QTP. You see that out of that 35,000, now it's getting little lower, called 17,000 position for functional. All right, you see that all the functional testing, right? So this is the functional QTP thing. Now let's say if I choose now performance testing, right? So performance testing, you can see also there are lots of job too, right? Performance test engineer, and number of job you see almost here is, so I don't know it is correct or not, but here it shows me 30,000 job, right? So job is there, right? You see that how many job performance, or if you just put here performance test engineer, let's say make it little bit uh, specialized, and now you can see there are so many job come up, right? Performance test engineer. So look, these are the like a kind of what is called the requirements, right? So the requirement, if you look at this, so now I believe whatever job you are looking for, at least once a day or maybe once a week, you should go to the internet and check, okay, you know what kind of job I'm looking for, who are they, right? And if you read the description, their key responsibilities, right? Then, you know, what is my, response, you see that, let's say, for example, this one, they say at least 3 years experience with the following: load runner, performance center, Unix, right? SQL, C programming, Java development, right? And some, monitoring tool like Wiley, Glance, Cytoscope, WebLogic, right? Those kind of, and the quality center, right? So this is their requirements, right? Some other company might be looking for something else, right? Every company has their own requirements, right? This is very important. So I always prefer you guys, whatever job you are looking for, go there and check, okay, you know what job I'm looking for, what normally people are looking for, right? So here, let's say it is another one. And these guys, um, a lot of job description. So here, you'll see when you read the job, lot of job is not, you are not fit for that position. So, we, of course, we do not, here we say 37,000. So let's forget 30,000, 37,000. Let's talk about 10,000. Let's out of this 37, 10,000 will be matching what you are learning here. So even 10,000 a lot, right? So job is there. Okay. So now the question of that particular student, whatever you take, QTP, performance, selenium, job is there. It's not less. Okay. Now question is that the student asks that I have a non-IT background. Can I take this course? Answer is definitely yes. Because I just mentioned to you, the people who take my CNSS class properly, okay, and understand the CNSS class and the questions and all those things, like a proper answer, okay, everybody knows A to Z, whatever we just learned in our CNSS class. Doesn't matter, you have an accounting background, you have a management background, or whatever. I really do not care. Actually, I prefer those kind of people more than from the IT people, because IT people sometimes they don't listen. Okay, so if you understand that what is the prerequisite of performance testing class, the prerequisite of performance testing class is that you have to understand CNSS class properly, complete all the labs, and then you are completely eligible to take this class. There was a wrong conception in all of in going on right now. What I understood that I have to be a computer science guy, or I have to be this guy, I have to be that guy, then I can take. No, it's not true. Job, all you take QTP class, you take performance testing class, everywhere there is hundreds of job. Okay, so don't worry about the job, worry about you, that can I do it or not, right? So that's why my answer, so I think is everybody. Normally I do not talk like this anytime, but now as I'm getting emails, so that's why I'm just answering for everybody. So what is the answer? If you can complete my CNSS class properly and understand all the labs and understand all my lectures properly and do like a personal study, number one. And then number two, if you feel that yes, you have 15 hours time every week to spend for study, then you are most welcome for this type of class. Okay? You have to little work hard, right? That's why you came here. That it's not that like the other gentlemen say, like, he did not have time to go to the work and then he did not. If you continue this way, even in normal job, you will never get it, right? Forget about anything, right? You have to spend, you have to dedicate your time. And again, in the first class, Mr. Hanif told you 1,000 times, I am telling you 1,000 times that this is if you get a job, your salary will not be less than $80,000 to $90,000. It's not a matter of joke, man, here, right? $80,000 to $90,000 job. So you are running behind to buy a Lexus car and you do not have a money in your pocket. So it will be just always is a dream, right? $80,000 to $90,000 job and you are not studying. How you do it? I can't believe it, right? So your goal is not logistic, right? You are running behind a $90,000 job and you said, I do not have time. So why you then forget it? Whatever you're doing, you do it. Nobody has a magic kind of magic that, okay, give you $90,000 job. So only coming to the class, doing the Saturday, Sunday class, doesn't matter who is the world best teacher, cannot help you to get a job if you do not study. So I hope you guys understand this part. So yeah, so everybody, most welcome to any kind of course, right? We really do not care who is this guy, as long as you have these two logics. So as I am taking performance testing, I always tell my student two things. If you understand my CNSS class properly, and if you have 15 hours time every week, dedicated time, study, welcome. I don't want to see your background. You are most welcome. You can handle it. Okay, that's it. Because class is very designed. You see that in our whole class, that whatever we'll be teaching you guys, everything is so much designed. Lab is there, class is there, lecture is there. So it will not be very difficult, right? Anyway, so today we are going to start a new thing. Let's talk about a new concept today, and that is called, as you learned from my first class, that we talk about the enterprise application, right? An enterprise application has definitely a three-tier of layer. One we call frontier or front-end, back-end, and the and the middleware and the backend, right? The front end is the web server, right? Middleware is the, it is the middleware, right? So give me one sec. I'm just taking a file for you. Give me a second. I'm just transferring a file to this computer from another computer. Okay. Okay, guys. So let's say we are talking about the front end web server. Okay. So very important logic, important topics for you guys, directly related to the software testing. So you can see that the web server, and so what is the web server, right? We saw the front end is a web server, right? So we can say A web server is a program that generate and transmit response to client requests for web resource, right? So the primary function of a web server is to deliver web page to the request on the request to client, right? So you are sending, you are the user or you are the client, you're typing www.facebook.com, right? So the web server is to deliver so what happened? When you subtype from your browser www.facebook.com, what happened then? What is happening? So if you draw the steps of what is happening that time, let's talk about that. So let's say this is facebook.com web server, right? So this is www server for facebook.com, www.facebook.com, and this is my user A, it is his browser, right? So when from my browser I type www.facebook.com. I first type it, right? So what happened? When I type facebook.com, this guy first will be asking a DNS server, hey, DNS, do you know what is the IP of facebook.com, right? So we can say DNS resolve IP of www.facebook.com. Now we understand what is DNS, right? So DNS, oh yeah, I know what is the IP address of facebook.com. Then my browser now hit that server, right? And tell him, okay, give me your content. So every web server, there is something we call home page, right? Now this Facebook say, okay, take my home page. So that home page will come here now, right? And then it will be downloaded to where on this computer, right? It will be downloaded to the memory, right? To the memory. So all the content, whatever I got it here, if I say, okay, whatever I got it from here, it will be downloaded to the memory. And then from memory, it will see on my screen, right? Just we discussed last class this thing, right? So this is the technology works here. So you see the now DNS involvement, right? Without DNS, you cannot go to the Facebook. So your computer must have an IP address. The Facebook www server, that also must have an IP address. And this IP address has to be inside a DNS server, right? So when I type www.facebook.com, it asks DNS, hey, what is the IP? DNS say, okay, this is the IP. Now my server, my computer hit the server and take the contents from there to here and then download it to memory and see on the screen, right? Very simple and easy, communication method. So a web server is a program that generates and transmits response to the client, right? Client is asking him, give me, and then he's okay, take it, right? The primary function on the web server is to deliver the web pages on the request to the client. The handling a client request consists of several key steps, right? What are the steps here? Parsing the request message, checking the request is authorized, associating the URL is the request within the file name, constructing the response message, and transmitting the response message to the requesting client. That means he check, who are you? You are coming from a valid computer, right? And say, okay, make sure that what you are looking for, I have that part, right? Then once all this validation authorization is complete, then server says, okay, now I'm sending you my home contents, right? And he's got the thing and it is downloaded to the client computer RAM or memory, and then from there it coming to the screen, right? So as a whole, a web server is a computer hardware. It is a server, right? It is a server. Hardware means it is a server. But when I say server, what is the difference between my computer and a server? My computer has let's say it is a laptop. It has 2 gig of memory. It has 1 CPU. It has this much hard drive, right? This is a computer. So server also a computer. The only difference is it is a little bit powerful computer, right? That it has, instead of one CPU, maybe there are 8 CPU. Maybe instead of 4 gig of memory, maybe they have 16 gig of memory. More powerful, right? Plus the operating system, right? So that's any server operating system must be like a server type operating system. Windows Server 2003, Windows Server 2008, or Unix, or this type of server who are considered as a server, right? So you have a computer, you have an operating system, server type operating system. Then still it is not a web server. Then you have to install a web server software, right? There are some software make that computer as a web server. So you have to install that software and the content, your web page content, right? So combinations of all these four make that server as a web server. So what is web server? We can say web server is a program that generates and transmit response to the client request, right? When it is requested, right? And as a whole, web server is the hardware plus operating system plus the web server software plus the content, right? Now you can see that the server can generate the response message in a variety of ways, right? So the server simply retrieve the file associated in the URL and return the contents to the client. The server may invoke a script that communicate with the other server or backend database to construct a response message. So he said here, it says this thing, that either he can say, okay, when I get the request www.facebook.com, I can give you the content of my homepage. Or if you want to log in now, let's say you want to log in and you provide me username and password, I cannot validate that username and password is correct or not. So web server say, in that case, I'll communicate with the backend database, and then after all this validation is complete, then I'll respond to you back, right? So that means we understand that web server, lot of time he cannot serve you until he communicate with the backend or middleware, right? So he has to most of the time he has to talk to middleware and the backend, right? Now a website and web server are different things. A website consists of a collection of web pages, right? Whereas a web server is a program to satisfy client requests for the web resources, right? So as we understand from the previous slide, the web server is a program, right? Whereas the website is the content of my page. We call HTML page, or picture or graphics. Those are the content, right? Now there are two type of scripting terminology will be running in this web server. One is client-side script and the server-side script. When I communicate with facebook.com, something is running on my own computer, something running on the facebook.com server. So the something which is running on my own computer we call client-side script, right? That means what? When I first log in to the facebook.com, and facebook.com provide me some data, right? And that data I downloaded automatically, my browser downloaded somewhere. We call cookies file. Remember, we heard the cookies file. What is that? Cookies file is a program. It contains the information about facebook.com, right? When I first time log into facebook.com automatically sends some information to my computer, so that next time when I go to the facebook.com, those related works, instead of server side, it is now executing on my computer, right? So you see that people are how smart, because think this way. Let me draw another diagram here. So let's say this is facebook.com, right? So this is their web server, www server. Now you hitting them, right? So here what I said, when you talk to him, he send a file to your computer, right? we call cookies, right? Cookies file. So it is within somewhere on your hard drive somewhere, right? So now this is user 1. So what about user 2? User 2 the send the same request and he also get the cookies file. User 3 also send. So like this way, user 1 next time when you communicate with facebook.com, that cookie is already here, right? So whatever it is responsible to do, your browser can take it from here. He doesn't need to go, no need to go to the server. So now if there are 1000 user and all 1000 user get 1000 cookies, right? And that cookies will do the work, right? So I'm not overloading the server anymore. Server is now getting less load, right? Because cookies file is already there. Got the point? So that's kind of idea. Okay. So you can think this way, like, let's say you first go to a doctor office, and doctor office, this is the first time for you, right? You've never been there. What did they do? They take you, tell you, give a form, you fill up the information, your home number and your address and your all details, right? And it takes you, let's say, 20 minutes. But next time if you go, do you need to spend 20 minutes? No, because they already got your file. So they just open that file and got all the information. It's something like this. When you first hit a server, server is now busy to provide all the information, right? And then give it to you already, to your browser. If second time if you go there, then the time he spent in the first time to make the channel with him, now you don't need to spend that much time because that information already in the cookie site, right? If I don't do this thing, right, like the doctor office, if they do not maintain the file, then what will happen? Every time you go there, every time you are spending time to communicate with them, right? So same idea here. So this is called cookies file. So client side is scripting, right? So that means some sub file is already on my browser, right? It is already there. So validate the user input, reduce the request needed to be passed to the server, access browser, right? So it is the second topic is the input and request, reduce request needed to be passed to server, right? So server is now less busy than before. Whereas there are some program running on the server side, we call server side script, executed on the server, generate a custom response to client, right? This kind of thing. So anyways, you just for now, you just validate, okay, there are client side script versus server side script, okay? Now, the system architecture of the web server, as I told you guys before, the information tier or backend database, right? Middle tier is the implement the business logic and presentation logic, right? Control interactions between application client and application data. And the client tier or the top tier or the front end, whatever you say, applications user interface, right? User interact directly with the application through the client tier. Okay, so this is the three tier that we discussed already. Now this is the picture you can see here. The client 1, client 2, they communicate through this, and the protocol we are using here is HTTP, and we hit the server, right? Server talk to the middleware app server talk to the database server, right? So this is the same topic we are talking from the day one, right? And same picture, you can see how it communicate. Let's say client, web client, you send a request, HTTP request, right? The HTTP request through the internet, it goes to the web server talking to the middleware database or application server, right? And get the data back. When they get the data back, it now returned. You see the HTTP request go back and then finally it goes here, right? So this is the same, like a picturized kind of idea, right? How it works. Now a little bit same picture, but now in a corporate way we make this thing, right? Let's say internet, it hit the router, then router hit the load balancer, and then load balancer distribute the load. Let's say here 1, 2, 3, 4, here 4 server, here 5 server, here 10 server, right? Let's say just like Facebook, how many millions of web server they have? right? So when you go to Facebook, I go to the Facebook, it doesn't mean that we are going to the same server, right? So load balancer distribute the load. There is something called load balancer. So in the bigger corporation where they have thousand their customer, right? For them, they distribute the load among multiple web server, right? So this is the picture here you can see. Now, a web application or web app, unlike standalone application, runs over the internet, right? Example of web apps are Google, Amazon, ebook, Facebook, and Twitter, right? So it is a web app. A web app is typically three-tier. We already understand, right? Client server database application runs over the internet, right? Now it has 5 components. This is very important. This is the thing I'll be asking you for the exam. Next class, if I take an exam, this is the question. How many components are there? One is called HTTP server, like Apache HTTP server, Apache Tomcat server, Microsoft Information Server, right? These are the name of the server of the web server, the application, right? Then HTTP client means browser, Internet Explorer, Firefox, Chrome, Safari, and other. And then we need database, right? Like a Oracle SQL Server, right? I put lots of names, but you need at least one. Client-side program, we just talk about, right? Like HTML, JavaScript, Mavisk, this is a client-side program. Whereas there is also a program called server-side program. It is Java Sublet, Java ASP, Perl, Python, CGI. These are the server-side program. Okay, so these are the components of the web server. That there is a server, there is a client, there is a database, there is a server-side program, there is a client-side program. Who are they, right? Like this. So if you go to the interview today, they'll be asking you the first question: could you please explain your previous project, right? So they say, then you say my web server. What type of web server you use, right? What is the architecture of your web server? These are the things. Okay, in my company, we use our web server was Microsoft IIS, right? And it has load balanced, right? We most of the time we use Internet Explorer as a client, and our database is Oracle 10G, right? So this is the my definition of my web server or my infrastructure architecture, right? So this is the thing. Very important. Remember this thing. Now, the same thing, like you see that the HTTP client, the browser, right, hitting the like a internet system. And remember, last class we learn about OSI model, right? Now you see the implementation of OSI model, okay, application presentation. Because what is OSI model? We just discussed. OSI model is the theory how data travels from one computer to another computer. So application layer HTTP, right? And in the data link or physical layer is the the pure network and IP address and all those stuff, right? So this is client side and this is the server side, right? The server side has a database, have an application, right? Those kind of things. Now, how a server works? Look, this is the same thing we already discussed, but now I put it for you here. A user via a browser HTTP client issues a URL request to the HTTP server to start an web app. So I'm a user, I type from my browser www.facebook.com, right? A client-side program such as an HTML form is loaded into client's browser, right? So when I type Facebook, some web client-side program will be loaded into my browser. The user fills up the query criteria in the form, right? Let's say you want to log in now. So you have to fill up username and password, right? Now client-side program send the query parameter to the server-side program. So he said, okay, this is the username, this is the password. You validate. The server-side program receives the query parameters, queries the database, and return the query result to the client. Now client-side program displays the query result on the browser. The process repeat. That means it is continuous thing, right? So basically, these are the steps how a browser communicate with the web server, right? Now here, as you can see that the main guy who is doing the communication between the client and server is the HTTP, right? Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Okay, this is the protocol. This is a software. This is this layer. Like what he say, HTTP is an application layer protocol, runs over TCP/IP. The IP provides support for routing and addressing. TCP is this and that. The default port is this. So the default port of HTTP is 80, right? Now, second paragraph is very important. HTTP is an asynchronous request response application layer protocol. Asynchronous. Okay. A client sends the request message to the server. The server then returns the response message to the client. HTTP is a pull protocol. A client pull a page from the server instead of server pushes the pages to the client. Oh my goodness, what is that thing, right? You see that? So what is, there are two type of communication: synchronous communication, asynchronous communication. Asynchronous means, right, I'll not talk to you until you talk to me, right? I'm the guy, you just tell me what you want, I will give you. I'll not give you automatically. So I'm your teacher, you asking me, Nizam, I need this, I'll give you. If you do not ask me, I'll not give you. Okay, so this kind of protocol is called asynchronous. That means HTTP is an asynchronous protocol. He's asking server, hey, give me this, then server will give you. If you do not ask, server will not give you anything, right? And that makes sense, right? If you go to the internet, if you do not type www.facebook.com, Facebook will be downloaded to your computer? No, right? So you have to ask him, I want you coming to my place, right? Like this. So this is asynchronous. That means it is a pull protocol. Pulling means I'm going there and whatever you have, I'm taking from here. I'm pulling all the contents from your home, from your whatever you have, and download it to my memory. Got it? Very important, asynchronous thing, right? So HTTP is an asynchronous protocol. Look guys, if you can talk this way in the interview, oh my goodness, you will be smash them, right? Even in the interview board, they even don't know this thing, the pulling thing, right? So HTTP is an asynchronous request response application layer protocol. The client sends a request message to the server. The server then returns response message to the client. HTTP is a pull protocol. Client pull the page from the server. Okay guys? So next class I want to hear from you like this. Okay? Don't say I do not have time, I did not study, I was busy. Then it will be really upsetting situation. Now, same thing, same diagram, right? Request and response. You have to request him, then he will respond to you. So the code perspective, how I'm going to request him, this is the code, and this is the response code, right? But again, you don't need to focus too much about it. You just say I'm requesting, he's responding to me, right? So this is all about how the communication happening here. Okay, HTTP protocol. So now this is the overview of HTTP, our web server. So now you know that web server. So if I make it summary here, sorry. If I make it summary here, so we know that what we learned so far. We learned that this is the web server, and this is the browser, right? Browser is a client. Who is my client? My client is a browser. Okay, so these are the intermediate question. What type of browser I use? So there are a lot of Internet Explorer, Firefox, right? Safari, right? Android, what is called Chrome, right? Google Chrome, CHORM, something like this, right? These are my browser. what the hell of this? So Internet Explorer, Firefox, this is my browser. Where is my server? Wave server. So we say the waves server, SER. Who are they? I need a big hardware, I need operating system, I need web server application. Let's say IIS and the web content, right? So this, right? So what is web server application? Web server application. Who are there? Different technology from Microsoft. We call IIS, Internet Information Service. From, let's say, from IBM, they have WebSphere, right? Then Apache Tomcat, right? On Unix system. So these are mostly running on Unix platform, right? And this is the Microsoft platform, right? So these are the web application server. So you have to know what is your web server application. What is that, right? If you do not know, then definitely they will ask you, okay, in your previous project, what was your web server, right? What is that? So you have to know, okay, my web server is an IIS, or my web server is a Tomcat, or my web server is an application WebSphere, right? So these are the valid question, right? People wants to know, okay, in your previous project, what you say, oh, I don't know. Then you understand what I mean, right? So this is the browser, this is the server, right? So browser sending is the asynchronous protocol. We are using a protocol here called HTTP. The way he communicate from here to there, HTTP. So it is a asynchronous. It hit him and request him. So it is a request, right? When it goes, then it responds, right? It responds back to the client, right? So it is a request goes there, response coming from him. So I'm pulling the data, right? Pulling from the server and downloaded that data to my server. So it is a synchronous protocol. Okay. So hope you guys understand that part. So now as we know what is my web server, okay? I want next class I'll ask each of you guys what is a web server. I want write down from my slide, write down at least 5-10 sentence and talk professionally, not like a student. Okay? That this is a web server, this is this. Agree everybody? So because I'm going to send you the slide, you do not need to study. Everything is here written already. You just make your own English, right? Spend some time, spend 5-10 minutes. So do not tell anybody that I do not know what is a web server. This is really funny part. That's what I'm really, sometimes I'm really disappointed when even people, let's say a guy got a job yesterday. Oh, he come to people and tag, he's very happy, I got a job. He come to the microphone, tell his story. Ask him what is web server, right? Out of 10 people, 8 people cannot answer you, but he got the job, right? He got the job. He will be working on a web server using QTP, but he don't know what is this, right? So then easily you can understand he got the job fine, but he cannot continue that job forever. In one point he will be struggling, right? So that kind of thing. So now as in this class, everybody we know what is a web server, okay? This is the slide, you will get it to the forum, right? Now, let's step one more step. Now, as we know what is web server, and one of the web server component Microsoft built it for us called IIS, Internet Information Service. Every computer, we have this IIS. So if you have a Windows 7, right? Windows 8, IIS is there, right? If you have a Win 2K3, 2K8, IIS is there. So in the real world, web server will be either this thing. But at least for the lab point of view, as a practice point of view, I can make my Windows 2008 also as an IIS. So I just before I told you web server, what thing we need to make a web server? We need a hardware. Yeah, we have that. That is your laptop, right? We need a operating system, that is Windows 8. We need a web server component, and that is IIS. And then we make web page, right? Web page. So all together, all those things, I can make my server as a web server, isn't it? So now I'm going to show you that how to configure web page, or I mean IIS on your computer. Okay. So if you have Windows 7 or Windows 8, go to start, then go to listen carefully, control panel. Under control panel, you should see something called programs. Let me see, programs and features, right? Go there. Right? And now in the left side, turn Windows features on and off. Go there. Right? Windows features will coming up. It is now doing something, and it will be finally show you something here. Now look here. One Windows turn on Windows feature on and off comes, and now you can see that Internet Information Service. Look, this guy. Click this guy. Expand the plus sign. Expand the World Wide Web Service, www, right? www means what? First W means world, second W means wide, third W means web, World Wide Web Service, right? Expand this guy and make sure all the buttons you click, and click OK. Okay? So now I'm going to show you again how I come here. I click like this. I go to the control panel. I go to the programs and features. Then I click Windows, turn Windows features on and off. Then it comes like this. Right? Then I make Internet Information Service. And then highlight this World Wide Web, expand this, click OK, right? And then you will see it will download it, it will install the software, and it will take maybe 2-3 minutes. Sometimes it will ask you to reboot your computer, whatever. Once you're done, that's it. Your computer now becomes a web server. Now, to open IIS, what do you have to do? Click Start and type here iNet MGR. iNet MGR. If it is open like this, look, watch. Something is coming up. You see that? Internet Information Service, right? If I expand this guy, click Sites, and under site I can see the default website and everything, right? So this is my IIS. I can easily create a website here. Got the point, folks? Okay. Now, once I get the website, so what I did, IIS. So how I configure IIS then? I configure IIS. Type from the control panel, right? What is called turn on or off Windows feature, right? And then from there, what I did, IIS, right? Internet Information Service. I just click, and then click OK, right? No command, just click, right? So this is the thing. Then from the search, I click Start, and I type iNet MGR. This is the command. iNet MGR. Right? It opens. Got up, guys? When I open this guy, right? So it is open. right? Once it is open, so what do you have to do now? You have to now type your website will open called default website. That's it. Now see let's say I want to create a website called nizam.com. Okay. So before that, what I should do, I go to my computer or maybe my C drive or D drive. Let's say C drive. I create a folder, right? Give a name, web page, for example. Your site name is web page, right? Just give any name. It is, or you can put, www or my site, anything, whatever you like. Okay. So I just put, let's say, www, for example, so that we know that I create a folder called www. This is my place where I'll keep all my web page. So now I minimize this guy. So default website, you see that site, right? So under site, just click the site, right click, add a new website. And this, what is the site name? I said my site name is nizam.com. Now, so what is the physical path? I said physical path is that folder that I just created. What is the folder name? www. This is my physical. So my site, he will always go there and find out anything for him, right? So nizam.com, and here host name, here also I type nizam.com and I click OK. My site is there, look, nizam.com, right? You see there is a website. So if you highlight this guy and click browse, oh, from somewhere hello.com is coming. I don't know from where it's coming. Is it Apache Tomcat is here? My browser remembered this thing. Okay. So because I think in my other class I teach this thing. Okay, forget about nizam.com. Remove this. Let's say I put here site, add site. Let's say we put a site called PTE, for example. PTE, Performance Test Engineering, and C:/www. This is my folder. So my site name is pt.com. Oops. Sorry. .com. And here also I put pt.com. And the folder physical path is there, right? C/www. Click OK. Now pt.com is there. I click browse. So that's a computer will not, find out there is nothing for, it goes somewhere else. It's not my website. It goes something. And also it is a what is called? Preset text dot something. He goes somewhere else. It is not my site, right? So that means there is nothing called pt.com, right? Internet. So when I click highlight and click browse, what happened? When I click browse, so then my browser, right? This is my browser. My browser asking DNS, hey DNS, I need to know pt.com IP address. Do you know where it is? He find a reason why he don't find it, and then he redirects somewhere else. So so there is no IP address for pt.com. DNS doesn't know. Okay. So now let's say what are we going to do? So now in the web page, if you go to any web page, let's say go to any web page, for example, you guys have www.peopleandtech.com, right? So if you right click this guy, right click and click view source, you see that any web page, when you right click and then view source, you see a lot of like this. It is started with something called HTML, head, right? Then script, right? Then, you know, a lot of thing, li, lu, blah, blah, blah. So many things is here. Don't you see that? Right? These are the web page contents. Someone wrote this code to make that web page, their home page, right? If you go to the, let's say your what is called your, let's say this is Google, right? And right click here and click view source, and you'll see the same thing, right? That means what? That means web page contains of a code called HTML, Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Okay, HTML. So all web page will be created by a language called HTML. Okay. So now I create a web page called pt.com. It will never work because there is no content right now. So I have to create a content, right? So then what I'll do, I open a notepad, right? Make the font a little bit smaller, right? Then I start typing code, HTML. This is the thing maybe you have to little memorize. HTML started like this, HTML code, title, and then let's say HTML, then head, title, body. So when we type the code, we put the code like this. Just let me finish, then I'll make you understand. Hit finish, then HTML finish. So this is called tag. So there are four things. When someone create a web page, they create a, this is the structure. It started with HTML. You see within the tag, this is called tag. Within this number, they put something called HTML, then head, then title, then body. Title means, let's say hello PTE. Title complete. Right? Now title completed. And now in the body is the main section where I keep my content. Let's say hello PNT CNSS class students. Welcome to PTE class. For example, something like. Now I put all my body done, then body complete. Just like when you write a letter, right? You have a body section, right? This is the body. Then body complete. How to body complete? I put a slash in the beginning. That means it is close. I put a head slash in the body. I mean head, close. It is a closing. So this is the beginning tag. This is the closing tag. Done. Okay. So there are four things: HTML, head, title, body. Then body close, HTML close, HTML, head close, HTML. So here HTML is the first. Here HTML closing will be last. Second last head, second last here. Then body. Title I can put it here. I can complete the title here. So you see that whatever I put the content, then I close the title tag. So open a notepad, type your code, click file, save as, right? Type the name, let's say home. Now remember in batch file you put .bat, right? Here I put .html. And then I click here all files. I go to the C drive and I go to the www folder. So C:/www, then I put the file name home.html. Click save. Okay. Now my file is, so what is the formula here? That I have to save the file as .html extension. Okay. Now it is under my home folder. Okay. So now under www, if someone go to www, there is a home page called, if you double click this guy, you see that it opened through the browser, hello PNT student blah, but it is coming from my C drive, right? C like this. It's coming from the C location, right? So, but at least it works. We can see here. Okay, good. So now, so my once my contents is there, so what I'm going to do, so then I highlight this guy. I go to the default document. You see the default document? Click this guy. You see there is no document called home.html. So I click add on the right side and type home, that file that I just created, home.html. And I have to make sure it is in the beginning. Okay. If it is not in the beginning, there is a move down, move up button here. You can see on the right side. So now put it there. Now again, if you now browse it, it will not go there either because it does, DNS is still the DNS problem. DNS doesn't know where to go, right? So now, as we just half an hour before, we know that we have a host file, isn't it? This is our local DNS, right? So now let's go to my DOS and see what is my IP address of this computer. This is my web server, right? IP address of this computer is 192.168.2.10, right? Okay. So then okay. Now I go to that guy. So you know that if you go to C Windows System 32 drivers etc, file is there. So now this file is a read only. Before you do anything, right click, go to properties. It's look like to me it is a read only file. No, it's not. Okay. So as Windows 7 and Windows 8 have some kind of security, you know what you do? My prefer will be like this because it doesn't allow you to modify. So do this thing. Type CMD here. Right? When CMD comes, right click CMD, run as administrator and click yes. And then type CD drivers, right? And etc. This is the folder, isn't it? And now open with Notepad. Notepad host. It opens, right? Now look here, what I'm going to do. I type my computer IP address 192.168.2.10, right? Is equal to pte.com. I'm fooling around computer. I say this guy, whenever you're looking for pte.com, bring him here. I save the file. Okay. Now if I hit my browser, it's trying to find, it still didn't find it. Okay, that's fine. So now what I'm going to do, we can say ipconfig flash DNS, right? And stop the guy. Sometimes you have to little bit play around. Oh, it directly goes there. So there is something is hitting that guy. pte.com. Okay. So still DNS not finding that file. So let's open that host file again. Did I put properly here? pte.com. Yeah. So 192.168.2.10 pte.com. Okay, fine. So if I open a browser, fresh browser, and just type http://pte.com. Look, it's come now, right? Look, http://pte.com. Hello PNT CNSS student. Welcome to the PA. It's coming from the browser, right? It's not C, right? It's coming HTTP. That means it's coming from a web server, right? This is all about. Now I just hit my browser. It coming from the web server, and this is all about. You see how it is. Now, as a tester, as you guys learned right now, okay, now in the real world, how this web server is set up, you know now, right? Again, in the real world, this is not your job. You don't need to set up web server, right? In the real world, it is not that much simple. It is a lot of other work to do. But now you know, okay, what we learned from Mr. Nizam, what is the function of DNS? If there is no DNS, then what will happen, right? What is host file? What is web server? I just create a very basic web server, right? And now I know what is web server means to me. I'm not a dumb right now anymore, right? So this is the web server. This is the way the developers or programmer, right? They put their contents, right, under this www folder or what is the name, right? And this is and I, as a tester, I'll be testing the content of this web page. Okay, guys. So this is the thing. So if you after finishing today's class, everybody in this class can create a web server. So now you know what is web server, you know what is the web page, you know how to create a web page server on your own laptop, right, or desktop, whatever you have. So now to do the testing for you, it will be just like a piece of cake. Without knowing this thing, you don't know what you are doing, right? Now you know what is this. So we learn, think the bigger concept friend here. Front end, middleware, back end. So this is the front end. Now you know in the real world, how they will create the front end for you. Everything in the real world, it is not your job to create a web server. So don't misunderstood that part, right? Why we are learning here? Just to learn that, because I wrote in my resume that I have 5 years experience. I even don't know what is this, right? Now you know what is that. So you know DNS functionality, DSL, everything has a app. Now you understand from where I'm going, right? If you learn this way, that's it, bingo. Okay. So anyway, guys, so now lunch time has come. So in the meantime, if you go for lunch, and if you come back lunch, discuss each other during the lunch time. And if you have any question related to this web server and web service, ask me. After lunch, I'll give you some time to ask me the question. Okay? And then we'll continue this thing. We have so many other things to do about this matter. Okay, guys? So this way, if you help me, I'll make you master of this kind of thing. And again, some of you might think, what I need to do this thing. I don't need to. I'm a tester. I'll be doing direct. Your focus is that load runner QTP, right? That's not the case. You have to know all those stuff. And believe me, as I mentioned to you guys, your 80% work will be manual testing. 20% work will be automation testing. Okay? If you believe me, it is up to you. You believe it or not, but this is all about. Okay, guys, so go for the lunch. And after, so from 1 to 2 p.m. will be lunch. And after we'll start the class exactly 2 p.m. So 2 to 5 p.m., 3 hours class. We'll complete all those stuff. Okay? Thank you, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. um, okay, so
Yes,
so far
yes, Mr. Michael,
what
start.
we did. Do you guys have any question to ask me about the way I set up IIS? Okay, I'm going to repeat the same thing again. So watch carefully, and then so what I'm going to do, let's say I create a folder on my C drive, and the folder name, let's say this time I'm getting web interface. Give any name. This can be any name, right? Web interface. Okay. Now, on my IIS, that what we did, we go to the control panel, we go to the what is called programs, right? Where that program and features, and then we on the left side we found turn Windows features on and off, this button, and then from there we choose Internet Information Service, World Wide Web, and we click OK, right? Once that part is done, then we from here we type I need MGR, and we found it is open, right? Now let's say last time we create pta.com, let's say we create another website called CNSS.com, right? Physical paths will go to that web interface folder, C web web interface, right? C web interface here, and here also cnss.com, right? Done. Our cnss.com is here. Now we have to create a web content, right? So what are we going to do? We go to here, we type okay, HTML, then we put here head, we put title, hello CNSS, something title, and we close title, then we put body, we type welcome to CNSS students, right? Our body colors, our head close, our HTML close. Oops, HTML close, right? And I click File, Save As. We now want to save it that web interface folder, right? I will give the name home.html. This is important. Extension should be HTML, and here all files. Good, right? Second part. Now we open our notepad file that we opened last time. So you open notepad host, and then we know already our IP address 2.10 equal to what is called cnss.com. Save, right? Now you open a browser, fresh browser, right? And we type http://cnss.com. See what happened. Oops, he said forbidden, blah blah blah. He said it doesn't come out. So that is good. He said 4043 forbidden. The web server is configured not leave the content of this directory. So there are something He's complaining. That's fine. We can fix it. We can go there. So it highlights cnss.com. Go to the default document. Actually, there is no default document. So I add it. Home.html. Right? Now if I go to my browser, refresh my browser, and welcome to CNSS student. It comes. Right? So how easy it is. It's not very difficult to create these things. And now we understand the function of DNS, right? The host file, right? Okay. So now based on that, I have some lab here. So for example, what are we going to do? Hang on. Code HTML. So let's say I have some file here. I'm going to copy this thing to C drive, that web interface folder, and I paste it here. So there is a file called lab1. So right click, edit. When you click edit, it will actually open it, open with notepad. Right click, open with, choose other program with notepad. Okay. Now look here, this is the code. What we did here, same idea, HTML head, blah, 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 H1. H1 is the, like a, you don't need to memorize, you just see how it happened here because you are not writing the code, okay? Just to see that how I make the code here. Software testing course list. OL means object listing, LI means list item, right? Now, if I go to my browser now, so here, http://cns.com/lab1, lab1.html. You see that this is the software testing course list, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then load runner, then performance testing, backend testing, like this, right? Now, if you look at, okay, how it happened. Now, if you side by side keep it here, this is your browser and this is the code. Software testing course list. H1, why this is bigger? The font is bigger because of I put H1. Align center. As I put it center, that's why it is in the center. And I put in the middle the content, software testing course list. Then I put object listing, OL. Then I started LI. LI means number 1. Another LI means 2, like the, like a number like this. So OL means object. When I put like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like this, I can put OL. Then one list item, second list items, third list item, fourth list, like this, right? Then I put UL. UL, I think it is for embedded listing. That means it is object listing and embedded listing. That means like this, the radio button, right? I mean the, what is called, bullets, right? And I put one list item, second list item. So if you put OL, then it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like a numbers. If you put UL, then it will be like this kind of bullets, right? Done. So now you know, okay, now I know how this has happened. Okay. Then come to lab 2. Open with notepad. This is the lab. And if I go to the browser, right? So http://cnss.com. So this is my home page. Then I come lab2.html. This is the table. I say, oh, this is the table. So how in the real world people create the table, right? When you go to the website, you see this kind of table. Look, here to create a table, we say head everything. Then in the body section we call table. We create a tag called table. Border 3 means it is a 3. It's a how much thickness the lines, right? Then caption strong means it will be bold, right? Then TR means table row. So one TR, one row, and TD means table description. TH means table heading, right? So we put the table description means course name, TH time, day and time, right? One row finished. Then second row I put CNSS Tuesday and Wednesday, like this. So if you follow that, oh, this is very simple. This is the way people create this kind of thing, right? So now you understand, okay, now I got the idea that how this thing happened here, right? Same way, if you open lab 3, right, and here also you just go to lab 3. Now you can see, oh, there is a welcome to people and tag, something coming from left to right, I mean right to left. There is the image file, people and tag logo, right? And there is a link. This is very important. This is the thing you will be testing, right? That the link. If you put the mouse here, it create the link like this. If you click here, it bring you here. And if you click other guy, it bring you here, right? Don't you see this thing in the internet? So let's see how this is created here then. So you can come here now. You can see that they say, okay, first is marquee. Marquee means that thing coming from right to left. BG color yellow, you saw the yellow color. Welcome to people and tech. Marquee finish, right? So how easy that to create a marquee, you see that. Welcome to people and tech. Instead of BG color yellow, let's see if I say it is red or green, right? I save the code and then I refresh my browser. It become now green, right? So you can see the how people create the sites, right? And if you put it again yellow, right? Save and refresh your browser, it become yellow again. Then how do I make the link? Look, then sorry, this is the image. So I put an image called image source equal to image.gif. Okay, there is a file in this folder called image. This is the guy, right? And this guy name is image.gif, the name of the file, right? And align left, how much, where it will be alignment, it will be left, it will be width this much, height this much, right? And border is this much. Okay, then I say if you want to know the course description, then I make a reference. A means reference. A reference equal to, I put a file name, right? So that's why when you click this guy, in this course description, it open that file1.html. This is the lab1.html, isn't it? Right? So then if you click this guy, it will open the lab2.html, and that's what in the code say. Code say, the second one, if you want to know the code, a reference equal to lab2.html, right? So now you can see that how easy people create this kind of link, right? So you can also do it, right? So now link, normally as a functional tester, you will be clicking, when you learn Qtip, you'll see that you actually basically record those kind of link, right? And then those link will have a lot of functionality and you record those things, right? And now if I say, okay, there is no file called, let's say if I delete this file, or let's say lab1, I just rename it lab, let's say lab 11. Now if I click this guy, still I have to refresh. You see that 404 not found, right? So what happened? When I click this guy, I say 404 not found, broken link, right? This is the thing you will be testing, right? The link is broken. There is nothing is here. So what happened, right? Somehow this lab, the file name is not there because of on purpose I rename it. So I put it lab 1, right? So now let's say if you want to investigate that why it is not working. So if you right click, go to the view source, right? Then this is the source, right? And he says, okay, what he is looking for, right? If you investigate, right, you will see somewhere it tell you that that particular link is not there. I mean, that file is not there, right? This 404, not found, right? So now I fix it and I refresh it. Now it's come back, right? So this is the broken link, 404. So this is also another interview question. If there is no link, what kind of error message you will get? I'll get a 404 error message because that page not found, right? Okay. So this way, now let's see the last one, lab 4, open with notepad. And here, basically, okay, before I describe, just go for lab 4 here on the browser. So I have a lab4.html. Oh, this is a form. I have to fill up a form. So I fill up a name, address, city, blah, blah, blah. I put the, United States, Canada, email address, blah, blah. I'm a male. So this is the when you record using QTP or load runner, right? You have to check the functionality of the checkbox, functionality of the drop down box, functionality of the radio buttons, functionality of the check buttons, right? Checkbox and the message box, right? And then the button, submit button. If you click start over, it will, whatever you write, it is gone, right? Let's say I put here a city called Toronto. If I click here start over, it should be empty again. So that means this button works. And if I click submit, right, all the data that I provided here, all data should go to a database. In the real world, what will happen? So I put a, let's say I fill up the data here as a manual tester, right? I fill up the data, I click submit, then if I open a database, I should see that data goes to that database. I make a query, and then I found it is there, right? So this is all about, right? That everything goes there. So now this is the form. So how the form has been created. So if I open the lab now, so you can see. So if you keep side by side these two guys, right? HTML form. If I want to create a form, I have to start my code with form. Name, input type, text. So I put a text, that's why it is a text, right? It is a text box, right? So if I say name input type equal to text, it will be textbook. If I put here input type as a, like a, look here, I put input type, where it is, country, okay, country, where is country? Look, country select, right? It is a select thing, right? I have to select it, right? That means it is a drop down arrow. And then I put option, Canada, England, France, whatever options are here. But I put selected option. I put one column called, one parameter called selected. That means United States will be by default. It will be always on the top, right? Like this. It will be something like this. Okay. If I say, let's say this option, this guy, if I take out from here and I put it here, right? Save the file, refresh the browser. Now you see the Canada is the default, right? So this is the way we can play around with the code, right? And here you can see that input type radio, that's when it is radio, right? Radio name equal to any name, then value equal to good, right? And what the content, it's a good, so it's a good. Then if I say input type equal to, let's say here, checkbox, right? It is a checkbox, right? Then button, right? Input type equal to submit, input type equal to reset. That makes it is submit and reset, right? So this is all about how the people create the web page and play around with this web page, right? So now, folks, from this morning to here, we tried to create a web page. We understand what is web server. We understand what is the web, how to create a web server, and also we try to understand some small lab and how people, developers, will creating the web page for us, right? So very basic stuff here. And now you, if you complete on your own this whatever just you learn, right, you'll see the confidence level that you have. You say, oh, now I know, no, web server, I know the what is the protocol here, I know what is the DNS, the what is the important factor here about DNS, I know how to create the web page, right? And you can play around, right? So now when you get a job, the next part will be, let's say you will be using QTP or load runner to do the functional testing or your load runner testing, right? Then it will be easy for you to understand, right? So hope you will take it very seriously. Without knowing this thing, only learning those application will be, is very dangerous, okay? Okay, so I think this is up to here. Any question from this web server and website? I would like to I give you some time. So if you have some question to ask me, please feel free to ask me now. No question? Nobody? That's good. You are the good audience. That means you understand everything. Or maybe I don't understand anything. Jabrul Hayat. Hang on, I just make my sound. Okay, go ahead, please. From New York, Jabrul Hayat, 5309. What is your question? Hello? Are you there? I don't hear you. Maybe your microphone is not working. So here from New Jersey, Shawan Islam.
Yes, hi. I was wondering why you did not write www in the address bar. Is there a difference?
Yeah, very good question. Very intelligent question. Why I did not type www dot whatever, right?
Yes.
So now you can see that I did not write it because in the DNS, right? Because right now we are making our local kind of thing, right?
Yes.
We are using host file.
Oh.
Once you type www, it will go to the world wide web, right?
Oh, okay.
It will go to the, so you have to go to the registration of your website. The
Oh.
domain, there is no, I did not register cnn.com yet, right? It has to be, when you, let's say you want to create a real website, right?
Yes.
If you want to do that, then you have to follow some more steps here.
Oh,
so
okay.
in that case, you have to, let's say you have to go to the, there is a site, I don't know you guys know it or not. Let's say there is a site called GoDaddy.
Okay.
Right? You have to go there and buy the site from them, right?
Oh, okay.
So let's say if I go there, godaddy.com, and I have to register a domain name from there, right?
Oh, okay.
Hang on, it is coming up like this. So this is their website, right? godaddy.com, and say, okay, now I'm looking for cnss.com. Let's see this is free or not. I mean, anybody took it. CNN.com is already registered, right? So I cannot get it. So I say, okay, give me then, let's say nizam.com. What he say, right? Nizam.com is already registered. So I say, okay, what about something, right? That means you have to register your domain name, right?
Okay.
Once you register your domain name, then you can use this domain name. So if you host it here, they'll give you the what is these domain names IP address, right?
Yes.
So that in the world, when you type www. let's say nizam.com, then it translates IP address, right? Right now there is no hosting, right? This is the hosting service, right?
Okay.
So you have to go there and you have to do this thing. So yeah, there are so many things like this, right? So that's why.
One more question. I'm sorry. So who is controlling this thing? My internet provider or somebody else? Like, why I have to pay them?
Because yeah, why I have to pay them? That's a good thing. Yeah, because you know that somebody has to control the uniqueness, right? Because you cannot have two nizam.com in the world, right?
Okay.
So these are some service provider. This is not internet service provider. They control the domain thing, right? You cannot have two domain in the world with the same name. They'll say no. Otherwise, people as a user, when I type nizam.com, where it will go, right?
Right.
So this is they are the authority to control this kind of uniqueness, right?
Okay.
That's why you have to pay them.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem. Any question from anybody?
Can you hear me?
Got it on? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Who's this?
Hi, this is Ankon from New York.
Okay.
The question was that if we were in the same network, would I be able to see it as well? The site that you just created.
Yeah. So let's say you have two computers at your home, right?
Yes.
The same network. Yeah, you can type it from your other computer and you can see it easily.
So right now we are in People and Tech and we're using the same network. So if I created a file here, would everyone here in the room be able to access this?
No, people has to update their host file, right?
Yes.
So they have to, let's say you have a server 1, right? So let's draw the diagram in People and Tech classroom. So let's say this way. So for example, this is a server, this is a computer 1, right? You make a web server here, right? So this is, let's say, pnt.com, right? And this computer is 192.168.2.1, right? And let's say this is your student 1, student 2 computer, right? Student 3. So everybody has to open their host file, right? And in that host file, they have to type 192.168.2.1 equal to pnt.com. Got it? Then everybody can, when they open the browser, they can hit that box. Understood?
Yeah, got it. So I guess what I wanted to know that what is the benefit of doing this? Why would we ever need to do this?
Why? So yeah, so as you again, if you watch my lecture in the beginning, I told you that what we are learning from this morning, web server, right?
Yes.
Right? So now you got the idea after doing this class. Now you know what is web server, right? Now you know in the real world someone how to create this website, right? How to configure website and how to do that, right? Right?
Okay, so just to understand the configuration of it?
Yeah, not configuration, how the logic works here, right? What is the technology working behind it, right?
Yes.
Right, now it is not, so you know exactly that, okay, this is the thing, these are the steps people do to create a website, right? All those stuff. Now, as a tester, when you go and join in a company, and you see there is someone say, okay, www.abc.com. So you know that, oh, this is coming from web server. I know what is web server. I know what is the content. I know what is the meaning of broken link. I know if, what is the host file, what is the DNS, how the technology works here, right? What is browser, what is the client, what is the server, right? Got it?
Yes, got it. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, so again, like as I said to you, all the thing that as you are a non-IT guys, you never study any like a traditional computer science background. Maybe you guys, some of you guys have it, right? Some of you guys have maybe completely engineering background. For them, you already know this thing, some more or less. But our people and tech student, if I take the like a category, 99.99% student coming from non-IT background, right? So now it is not that, I give you a car and I tell you, okay, start driving, right? It is not that much easy thing. So that's why sometimes you say, oh, why I'm learning this thing? Why it is happening, right? So instead of asking this question, very simple answer is like this, that I told you maybe already 20 times I told you since last week, right? That your job will be a manual tester, right? Your 80% thing is to be a manual testing, right? 20% is the automation thing. And the most job in testing industry is manual testing, right? So this is all about whatever you are learning, it is part of your manual testing. If you think this way, I think your brain will be clear, right? Instead of asking why, when, how, right? Because you came to us and we are not playing with you. Whatever we're telling you, it is important, it is needed for you, right? If it is not needed, then I will not tell you this thing. Okay, think this way. So as you coming from non-IT background, we are trying to bring you to this line in the shortest period of time. So that's why, we are coming different technology here and there. Okay, and all those things is important. Otherwise, you cannot sustain, you cannot survive in this industry. Okay, so this is all about. Think this way. Okay, on another simplest way, you know what? I came to people and take now, this is their responsibility to teach me whatever needed to get a job as a software tester, and they are doing their job, and my job is to just follow their instruction, and that's it. Too many questions to ask yourself, you are wasting your time, right? Think this way also. I think that's the best way, that I come to my, some people, I paid them and they give me a formula. I just, follow their formula, right? And adjust their formula, digest their formula, understand their formula, and this is all about. Instead of too many questions, why? Okay? I think that's the best way to think about that way. Okay, any more question from anybody else?
Hello?
Yeah?
Hi, my name is Elias, calling from the same classroom. I have a couple of questions from the morning session. Is it okay if I ask them?
Sure, sure.
Sure. So my first question is that we went through the physical address on our PC. You said that when a manufacturer creates a physical address, we cannot duplicate that. So my question is, as an administrator, can we manipulate the physical address on our PC?
As an administrator, the MAC address you say, right?
The physical address on our PC, yeah. Either MAC.
Yeah, physical. No, you cannot do it because you cannot do it because it is controlled by IEEE. You know the IEEE organization?
No.
Electrical and Electronics Engineers, right? IEEE.
Okay. All right.
Right. So let's say you are a manufacturer one. Your company name is ABC. Another guy say XYZ. So ABC apply to them that this year we are making 1 million of network card, right? So they give them 1 million of physical address, and by computer, using computer, they put that address like one address to one NIC card, another address to another, like this. Another company applies. So this is the company control these things, okay? Just like before, if someone asks us a GoDaddy, why I need to register? Someone has to control uniqueness, right? So this is the uniqueness. This guy control the uniqueness of the physical address. So a network administrator cannot manipulate this thing. No. Okay? Okay, what is your second question?
My second question is on the performance level. You see, when I work in a company, right, sometimes our PC, we work like 20, 30 people at the same time, and our performance level of our PC slows down. So sometimes the IT person comes in and she fixes something, and the next day it's back to normal. So my question is, what can we do to prevent something like that? It is from my end, if I have to learn how to...
That is kind of thing. So let's say there are two things. One thing is that if you see your own computer getting slow, right? Your own computer, right? When you open the task manager, you can see why it is slow from here that I showed you, right? But if you have an application and that application is abc.com, right? So here people are complaining, hey, why it is slow? I cannot go there. Before I go there, but now it's little slow. And again, next day it's getting again just like normal, right? So this is, you cannot learn in this class. That is the class will be in our performance testing, right? Why sometime application getting slow, right? And that, it's a lengthy class, almost 10, 12 weeks. You'll be learning different technology from there, okay?
All right, thank you.
Any more thing, anybody? Okay, great. So, online student, let me just one more time I check. Is anybody have any question for me? Is old. Yeah, so look like everybody's got the idea. Okay. Okay, then here from Nina Muhammad Chisti. You have a question? Near Muhammad Chisti. Okay, and then from New York, Jabarul Hayat. Okay, so I think we are good, right? So when I send you the lab here, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you this guy, right? And I want from you at least write down a half a page kind of paragraph that what the overview of a web server, right? That is the most interesting. So the concrete is that in this lesson that you guys, everybody have clear understanding what is the overview of a web server, okay? And now you know how to create a website, how to create how to configure a web server. But again, in the real world, this is not your work. You don't need to do this kind of thing, right? But as you are learning right now, as you are a student, right? So you have to learn a little bit more what you will have to do in the real world, right? Because to make your concept more clear, that's why you just create a very basic, simple web page on your on your computer, and now you know how to create a web server, how to create a web page. Okay, got it? Okay, good. Now let's come back to another technology. So as I mentioned to you guys that in the real world, a lot of in your development environment, like last class we discussed that you have a dev environment, you have a UAT environment, you have a production environment, right? So based on the software testing environment, right? Software testing environment, so over there we learn checked in, checked out, source control, right? Those kind of things we discuss, dev environment. So those dev environment is mostly, it is 99% it is, you will see it is a virtual environment, virtual technology. So I believe you should get some idea about virtual technology, cloud technology, because this is also, you will hear all the time when you join in a company, right? And most important part is that in your organization, in the development environment, most of those computer will be virtual, not physical. So as in, and you have no idea what is this virtual and physical, right? You have never heard about this thing. So this virtual technology start like this way. So what the idea, let me draw a diagram for you. The idea is like this. So last time we discussed like this, that in my dev environment, this is my dev environment, I have at least 3 server, right? www, I have app, and I have database. So let's say these 3 server, the environment name is called stream A. And stream B, I have same thing, right? www1, app1, db1. And here also let's say I put www2, app2, and db2. Like this. So in this case, you'll see that, let's say in this environment, if I have 50 different environment, so 50 times 3, 150 server I required, right? This is the development environment. Let's say 20 developer is working, 40 tester is working, right? So this is a big environment. In this environment, a lot of people are working. So lots of server required. To build this server, naturally these server are, expensive. Normally I can tell you to maintain each server, for one server it requires approximately $3,000 per month. You have to hire people to maintain it, you have to put in the data center, right? So many things involved here. So 3,000 times 150, so you are paying $450,000 per month just to server cost, to maintenance purpose, right? So it is a big, huge cost. If you now multiply by 12, now you can imagine that how much money they have to spend every year for maintain this development environment. So it is a huge cost for them. So they say, okay, can we make it virtual? So virtual means here, what happened here, I have a physical server. This is my physical, big, powerful server, right? And this server, so this is physical. This server I have, let's say, maybe, 48 core CPU, right? I have, let's say, 512 gigabyte of memory, right? Lots of space I have. And let's say I have 6 terabyte of hard disk. So this is a huge hard computer I have here. And then, and the operating system is here. Let's say Win2K8, Windows 2008, R2, for example. Okay. Then I'll configure this box. There is a small piece of software running like this, we call Hyper-V. Okay, and then on the top of Hyper-V, I create VM1. I create a server called server1, and it is, let's say it is Win2K3. I create another machine called VM2. It is running on the top of here. Okay, and it is Unix, right? So like this way, I can create at least 50-60 computer, right? 50-60 server on the top of one physical server. So now in the data center, before I pay 3,000 per month, maybe as it is little bigger, let's say I'm paying now $6,000 per month because it has a lot of capacity and all those things. But 6,000 per month, then it become 12. Now it become $72,000. Before I pay 4,500. Now I mean 450,000, right? And now I hear only 72,000, right? Even less. Now I'm saving so much money, right, to maintain this thing. That's the why this virtual environment getting more and more popular, right? So this is the call, like this is in a nutshell. I can just tell you that how it possible, right? So now from the user perspective, last class you learned, you will not notice anything because it is same server. How you log into the remote desktop server? You type remote desktop connection, right? Last class you learned. Same way you left. So then you'll say it is a server. It is a server. As long as you log in, you really do not care it is physical or virtual, right? So that's the thing it comes up. So now this virtual technology is getting day by day becomes such a popular, you can't believe it. Nowadays corporate people, so this is a huge not only saving but also maintenance point of view, see huge advantage on that, right? And then so virtual getting popular day by day, and then eventually they say, okay, now can we go to the cloud, right? So cloud means, let's say I have a my company is a global company, right? So now my global company, I have a Toronto branch, right? I have another branch in New York. I have another branch in Virginia. I have another branch in, let's say, Singapore, right? So all over the world, I have people, right? So if I create my server, right? Let's say Toronto. In the Toronto location, we call something we call data center. I don't know you guys heard the name, where we keep all the server, right? It is not necessary that server in the same building. Maybe it is 100 kilometers away from the building, but server is there, right? Server is the same geographic location where your main office, right? So, and now Virginia people, if they want to get this server, they also connect and they will coming here, right? So what now people are doing, okay, instead of putting the server in here, why I don't create? So cloud, there are some company offering the cloud called Microsoft, Amazon, right? These people offering the cloud environment. So I go there, I say, okay, I need a server. So I need a server. I using the credit card, I can easily create an account with them, and I can easily create a site for me, okay, called in the cloud, and then I can do whatever I need to, right? So this cloud environment, that means it is not your company's data center. You are renting from Microsoft or Amazon or somebody like this, right? There are a lot of other company also there, and put it your all the server there, right? And good part is that let's say as Microsoft, like a company like Microsoft, let's say they have one data center in in let's say America, another maybe in let's say Singapore, close to Asia somewhere. And this cloud and these two data center, they migrate, they are replicate each other. So it is not your headache. This is Microsoft headache, right? So your Singapore people can go to there, they can log in from access from here. So there are a lot of advantage of cloud environment. That's why most of the organization now thinking that everything has to be cloud or everything has to be virtual. So now the way corporate people are heading, they say 90% of their server will be converted from physical to virtual, right? Or cloud environment by end of 2015 or 16. So I can tell you now, after 2-3 years later, most of the server will be virtual, right? So it is not it's not a Greek language to you that, oh, I don't know what is virtual, I don't know how to create a virtual and all those things. People are expecting this is the ABCD of computer. Everybody, doesn't matter I'm a tester, developer, programmer, everybody should know at least some basic knowledge what is virtual. Okay, so now you know that to create a virtual machine, and I'm going to show you right now. So their virtual technology, there are two type of technology. One from the client side, client virtual, CLIENT, client, and one is server type, right? So let's say you have a Windows 7, you want to create a virtual machine there. So you can download easily a lot of software. Let's say from Microsoft, I think it is called, what is called, Microsoft called Virtual PC. There is a software called Virtual PC you can download. Then from Oracle, VM box or something like that. And then the most famous one is VM. There is a company called VMware. Okay, VM player. These are the name of the software, and this is the company. So mostly, there are a lot of other company might be, but these are the most important company, right? Every company, they have a software you can download and you can install on your machine. Okay, so using that machine, you can create a virtual machine. From on the other hand, server side, right? If it is a VMware, so from the server technology, they are the number one. We call ESX. And then Microsoft, again, they are everywhere, right? Their technology called Hyper-V. Okay. So this is so let's say now you want to create a virtual machine on your computer. You have Windows 7 or Windows 8. Question is that can you? Yes, you can do it. You can download any of this, anyone. You don't need to install all of them, at least one, right? So today I'm going to show you this guy, Oracle VM player or VM box, whatever, right? And this. So what happened here, how it works. So let's say you have a machine on your machine, so it is your laptop, for example, right? This is your laptop, right? And you have, let's say, 4-core CPU. You have 8 GB of memory, right? And you have, let's say, 1 TB of your hard disk, and your NIC card. You have a NIC card. These are the 4 important components we need, right? NIC card, hard disk, memory, and CPU. These are the 4 components he will be shared. Okay. So in laptop, what I have, I install operating system here. Windows, what is called? Windows 8, right? Windows 8 is my operating system. Okay. Once I install Windows 8, on the top of Windows 8, I install a software called, let's say, what is the name? Let me check. I forgot the name. VirtualBox. Okay. So this is just like an application, right? So this is my OS. This is my application app, right? And this is my hardware, right? Now using this guy, once it is done, then I can easily create a virtual box. Let's say I want to create a Unix box, right? I want to create my Windows 2003 server. I can easily create, and they will be running on the top of here. So now when I create a virtual machine, it will be ask me how much space you need. So I need hard disk. It will be ask me how much memory you want for this virtual box, how much CPU you need, and by default he will share the network card. So these are the 4 things he needs. Watch here. So now let's say I have a virtual box. I already installed. I'll show you how to install. Now let's say I double click this guy. When I double click this guy, watch, this kind of window will open. Welcome to the virtual box. If I click new, and now say give a name. Let's say I want to give a name as what is called. Let's say Windows web server. For example, I want to create a web server called www1. My server name. Okay, you can give any name. What type of operating system Windows? What type of Windows? I say okay, I want Windows 8 2008 64 bit. This one. Okay, click next. Now you see that he asking how much memory. This is very important. It's okay, I want 2 gig. 2 means 2048, right? 2048. This much memory. Click next. Now he say okay, do you want to add a virtual hard drive? Create a new virtual. I say I want to create a new virtual hard drive. Click create. And click VDI, no problem. Dynamically allocated, no problem. Now you see that he asking you how much you will be hard disk space and where it is, right? So now that's why the technical is that first of all I go, let's say in my case I create a folder called virtual, something like that. I already have a virtual probably like this. So let's say this is my virtual, right? And I just delete this thing. So under virtual, I'll create my, so I say, okay, this is the browse button. I go to D and go to virtual, right? And click save. So now my file name will be www1.vdi. It will be under virtual and D drive so that I know exactly where it is. Then I say, okay, I want 40 gigabyte because this is my hard drive, and create. Now you see that it created the virtual hard drive. So my server is ready now, but there is no operating system. It is a blank. It is nothing inside it, right? So now if you want to create, like let's say now you are installing an operating system to your laptop, right? Same idea now. So what do? We download the operating system, or maybe you have a software somewhere, right? So in my case, you know, I show you, I have a folder called ISO, and I download a lot of operating system image file here. You see that Windows 8, Windows 7, Windows 2008 R2. Let's say I'll put it here now. Now if I highlight this guy and click start button, then and then it will ask me, he say you have not auto capture keyboard blah blah blah, please select the virtual operating system where it is. He is asking me where is your operating system. I say okay, browse, and I go to D drive. I go to my ISO folder, right? Double click, and I say okay, which one you want me to install? Let's say Windows 2008 R2. Click open, click start. Watch what is going on. Operating system Windows is now installing in this machine, right? And you know, after half an hour or 1 hour later, this box will become as a Windows 2008. Okay, so how easy it is. So now what happened? I have a server I mean my desktop or laptop, I have an operating system. I download or install a software called VirtualBox, and then using that box, when I install it, it will be on my desktop, right? I close it here. I don't want to. I just power off machine. Let's say I do not want it, right? I just, just to show you how to do it. And right click, I can even remove it from here. It's gone, right? So this is the way I can create a virtual. Let's say now I'm going to show you another thing. Let's say I'm going to install Unix. So right click, double click, not right click. Does it open? No. It is coming up. Okay, it opens. Okay, now click Neo. I say, let's say my database server, database server, some name. Now I don't want Unix. I want, let's say, Solaris, or I want Linux, and I want Ubuntu type Linux. There are lots of type of Red Hat and all those things. Next, and I want, let's say, 1024 gigabyte of megabyte of memory. Create. Next, and again same browser, and I want a specific place, right? D virtual folder, and I put it there, and let's say I want 20 gigabyte. Create. Now again, it is created, the structure created, but nothing inside it. If I click start, he says, what is your operating system? I go there, and in my ISO folder, I already downloaded, let's say, Ubuntu, this guy. Click start, and now look here, after and you can see that he is coming up, right? Ubuntu blah blah blah, and after half an hour later, Unix will be installed here, right? So now normally in performance testing class, when I'll be teaching you guys Unix, this is the way I'll be teaching you how to install and configure all the, because you do not have a Unix, how come you practice Unix, right? This is the way. So now you understand the virtual technology in the real world is so important. Now it is not a difficult. Now again, when you join a company, this server is already there. It is not your job to create a virtual box, right? You are a tester. It is already, so when you say, oh, it is a virtual server, just like other thing you understand, oh, now you know, okay, I know what is virtual and what is the virtual technology, right? So now if you go to the, let's say, I prefer you spend some time with Microsoft Cloud environment, www.microsoft.com/cloud or something like that. Bring me Microsoft Cloud. So Microsoft Azure, they say Azure. They give a name, cloud environment called Azure, right? Develop and test solution in the cloud. You see that? What I said, most of the server right now in the cloud. So they say develop and test solution in the cloud environment, right? And they say get started with Azure Now using monthly credit include with your MSDN subscription, blah, 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 get a free benefit. Let's see what the free. And there's a free trial. Right, virtual machine and all those stuff. So this is, this is very cool stuff. You can't believe how cool it is. Okay, my account. Let me see. I think I have an account here. Okay, and now they're asking for password. I forgot I don't know what is my password, but let me try. And you have seen that in my account, I created a lot of server, GTS Dhaka, GTS CTG, you see that? All right. So many server, you'll have so many things I created like this way, right? Now, it is a free trial, right? You can see that, free trial. So yeah, so this is the cloud, right? I can go there, I can create so many things, right? Well, you don't need to go that much details here, but I just show you the cloud is there, right? If I want to create a server, right? Let's say now, for some reason, for people and tech, we need a server. I can create a server here within a minute, right? And then people can access from anywhere in the world. Okay, that's the beauty of this kind of cloud kind of thing, so this, now you can say what the technology is heading out, right? Virtualization. So what we learn here, virtualization is a technology. Let me see, I have a slide here to give you some idea. Hang on. Okay, so let's make a very quick look here about this slide. Okay, so now read here. What is the virtualization overview? The virtualization is a simulation of a computer hardware environment by software. Virtualization software runs between the computer hardware and the operating system, accepting the input from the OS, redirecting to it and the appropriate hardware address, right? So this is all about the virtualization. Right now, you see the virtual. This is, look here, this picture. Like you have a CPU, memory, NIC card, and disk, right? And they make it virtualization. And after the virtualization, you can have different type of machine, right? Virtual machine 1, virtual machine 2, virtual machine 3. So this is whatever I just draw you guys. And now for the in the virtualization on the PC, that you have a virtual PC, Sun Virtual Box, or VMware, or on the server side, these are the technology we are using, right? But now, this is the thing I just show you right now, the virtual box, right? And this is all about. So now, let's say if you are interested to install a virtual box, what you can do on your machine, just go to download Oracle Virtual Box. Just type in the your best friend Google and go there, download VirtualBox, whatever link it gets, and here it is, right? This is the VirtualBox, and just click the first one, right? Or VirtualBox, right now they have a version 4.3.20 at this version. So double click this guy and save as, right? So normally what I do, I have a folder I already created called utility and software, right? So I can download here, right? And it will be downloaded to that particular location. And once it is downloaded, you just double click that guy, just like you are installing a software, right? Double click setup button, and that's it, right? So let me see where it is. So I already downloaded, so ISO VirtualBox, this guy, VirtualBox, blah blah blah. So if you just double click, it will start installing for you. Okay, so play around this thing, these are the thing that it will help you how to understand now technology of virtualization, cloud, all those things you heard about it, right? So this virtual technology, what is the summary, what we learned? The virtual is a technology. In this technology, on the top of a physical server, we can create lots of virtual server, right? So technology, it likes, first we have a hardware, then on the top of hardware we have a operating system, then on the top of operating system we download a software like a Oracle VirtualBox, right? And using that software I can create a multiple virtual machine, right? In the server side, if you look at the server side, what happened, why this getting so popular, I tell you, look. Before, virtual machine, always there is a complaint, it is slow, performance is very slow, right, compared to physical machine. So before it was like this is the hardware, then the operating system, and the virtual software, and then you see that virtual software is running on the top of OS, and OS is running on the top of the hardware. So virtual machine, let's say you create a VM1, right, virtual machine 1, and you have 2 GB of memory. But look, this guy, and if you create a VM1 here, this guy, if you say 2 GB of memory, he has no direct contact with the hardware. Between him and the hardware, there is operating system, right? Operating system in the middle. So that's why computer getting little, virtual machine getting slow at that time. But now, from the server side, what they did, look, this is your hardware, and this is your OS. Okay, so now what they did, between your OS and your hardware, they create a layer called Hyper-V. So Hyper-V is running underneath of the OS. Before, look, it was running on the top of OS. So now if I create a VM1 actually running on the top of Hyper-V, not on the top of OS. And Hyper-V has direct connect with the hardware. So that's why it is getting much bigger. Performance is much better than before, right? That's why it's getting to, getting day by day, it is getting so popular. Okay. So yeah, so for you, at least you need to know what is the overview of virtual technology, right? So you download it, you install, right? And if some of you guys have any software at your home, let's say Windows 2003, Windows 2008, even Windows 7, right? You can install it, or maybe Unix. So for now, it is not important to do it. It's not important for everybody. The people who will be performance testing class, for them I'll be teaching you guys how to install Unix using virtual machine, because you have to practice the Unix lab, right? We have 7 or 8 labs, and how to do, because we have to create a virtual machine on a Unix platform and then install Oracle there, right? So in the real world, Oracle will be running on most of the cases on a Unix platform, right? If their database is Unix, last class I showed you, right, that I have a Unix box, I log in there as a tester, then I connect to the Oracle system, right, and I can do my query from that Oracle system, right? So this is all about. So now, can you do the same lab on your own computer? Yes, answer is definitely yes, you can do it. And that's what I'll be teaching you next time, how you can do it. Okay, but normal, the people who will be going to like a regular QTP class and all those things, you guys really don't need to know that much about virtual technology. Just overview what is virtual, how now everybody in this class, as it is a common class, in this class everybody, you know, okay, I know right now what is virtual technology, what the name of the virtual software, how people, what is cloud computing, right? So here I show you what is the cloud computing, how it works, right? Those kind of thing. Okay, hope you enjoyed this thing. So now, regarding virtual technology, do you have any question from anybody? No, right? Okay, good. Okay, as you do not have a question, so let's do some lab now. Um,
Excuse me, Virginia Classroom 2, we have a question here.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, this is David from Virginia 2 class. My question is, when you close the virtual machine, since you allocated all the RAM and hard drive, not the hard drive space, but mainly the RAM. So when you close the machine, it is going to release all that memory, right? Since you allocated the memory, it'll release it after you close and shut down the machine, the virtual machine. So it's not gonna hog your laptop, especially if you're running on your laptop.
Yeah, I got your question. Hold on, look here. So
Okay.
let's
Thank you.
Yeah, it is important. What he's saying, he said, I create a virtual machine, and during the creation of virtual machine, I allocate, let's say, 2 GB of memory, right? And so now, my physical machine, my laptop is running, right? This is my laptop, let's say laptop 1, it is running, and also my VM1 also running, right? So it take 2 GB of memory, and if it will also take 2 GB of memory. If I have total 4 gig, right? So definitely my physical laptop now getting little less memory, right? Because both are running right now, right? So when you will be practicing, that time you run both, right? But let's say now your practice is done. You don't need virtual machine anymore. So what do? You turn off this machine, right? If you turn off this machine, then he will release this 2 GB again to the main memory. So you will get another 2 GB of memory, total 4 GB. Got the point? So it is, when you stop it, then it will automatically release the memory back again, right? So you even don't try to do virtual machine if you do not have enough memory on your machine. Virtual machine is completely based on memory, okay? So most of our laptop, we do not have more than 4 gig, 8 gig, right? If you have at least 4 gig, maybe at least at one machine you can create it, right? If you have 8 gig, then maybe you can create 2 machines, and you can run both machines at the same time, right? So another thing, I create, let's say, one Unix box and one 2008 box, right? So it doesn't mean that I need both boxes at the same time. When I need Unix, I will open Unix. When I need Windows 2008, I will open Windows 2008. I can create multiple machine, maybe 10 machine. But whenever, let's say I create one Windows 2008, I put here QTP. Now when I'm practicing QTP, I'll open QTP. Right? When I practice is done, I stop it. Next day I want to practice Unix. I open Unix machine. Right? Only Unix machine is open, other machine is off. So in this case, I can control my memory and my laptop, right? So that's why it is recommended that in this testing class, almost everybody you have a laptop, and make sure that your laptop has at least minimum 4 gig or 6 gig of memory or 8 gig of memory. More memory is good, so that you can create multiple virtual machine. And you know how to do it, right? You have to, now the way I showed you, right? You don't need to go to anybody, hey, can you install QTP? Now what happened? In this class, what happening? You guys, people and tech give you a virtual machine, right? And QTP is already there, right? But now if I tell you, tomorrow you get a job and your manager to ask you to install QTP there, can you do it? Right? So that's why it is always better that to learn, to understand how this kind of installation configuration is done, right? And it is not that much difficult, right? It is not that you cannot handle it. It's not that, oh, it is so difficult, a non-IT guy, I can't do it, right? It's not that. It's very simple, easy, just need little concentration, that's it, right? Plus, people like you make this thing, right? In my career, I make how many thousands of computer I even don't know, right? So is for me to show you is very simple and easy. And yeah, so now you just download the Oracle VirtualBox, but you need a operating system to practice, right? So maybe let's say if you go to Microsoft website, for example, right? Microsoft, let's say Windows download, Windows 2008 R2. So you see that there are a lot of links over there, right? 180 evaluation days. Microsoft is very good enough. You know, they are very kind enough. They give you 180 days evaluation, right? And if you download, it will be ISO image. And you know now how to put the ISO image, right? I'm giving you this link. Maybe if you are interested, it is not mandatory, okay? It is, if you are interested, then you guys can have it. I put it in the chat window, okay? This link. Okay, so you can download Windows 2008 R2 evaluation copy, right? In case if you need it in future, okay? For people who will be coming to performance testing, for them this is must. You have to have Windows 2008 R2 on your laptop, on a virtual environment. So for them it is the people who do not interested in this type, regular QTP, even for them also, if it's okay, fine, I want to download this thing and install QTP there. So now you know how to install and configure QTP on your own, right? Like this. Because it is very simple. If your manager asking you, okay, Nizam, you are a very good software tester, you know, QTP crash is not working, why don't you install that QTP on that box, right? Like this. So many, because as I said, like technology is changing right now. So-called, you know, this virtual environment is very simple and easy. And, you know, if you practice one day, next day it will be just a piece of cake for you. Okay, it's not difficult. Okay, so I think there is no more question from anybody. So let's talk about another thing. So last class, we talked about the batch file, right? So to create a batch file, what are the steps? Can anybody tell me in this class? If I want to create a batch file, what are the steps? Can anybody tell me? I want to create a batch file. What are the steps? Okay, New York, Jabrul Hayat. Yeah? Yeah? Are you there? What happened? I do not hear his thing. And then Habiba Chaudhary from New York. Hello? I don't know why this kind of noise. Sorry guys, I cannot give you floor because a lot of noise is coming. Okay, from New Jersey, Sharkar Azad, are you there? Sharkar Azad from New Jersey. Hello? Are you there? Mr. Hassan from MD 1248. No? Okay, let's try with Nathan Solomon, MD 1256. Are you there? Hello? I don't know. People are there or not. Okay. From New York, Shohid Abbas. Can you unmute yourself? I cannot do it. From Virginia, Jannatul Firdaus. Are you there? Maybe afternoon time, everybody sleeping. Hello, are you there? No, nobody's talking.
Yes, from Bardina classroom, somebody would like to. Just a minute. Yes. Yes. Hello.
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. You create a batch file by going to the notepad. You open notepad. You enter all the commands which you would like to.
Okay.
And then you save it as whatever you would like to give it in .bat. You just have to check that it shouldn't be saved as text file.
Okay.
So you make it like our file, and then you save it, and then you can run it.
Very good. So what he said, that we say we open a notepad, we type command, let's say one command as a one line, right? and then host name, right? And then save it as a file name, let's say info.bat, right? And from here all and save it to a folder that I can remember how I can save it, right? Let's say it's script folder. So I am there, right? Now if I go to DOS and go to that script folder, right? And type info dot, right? Isn't it? It is executed, right? That is. So now let's think this scenario here. What is your name?
Shahid.
Shahid?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's Shahid. Okay, let's think this scenario. Let's say I have a server. This server name is server 1. Okay.
Yes.
I have another server called server 2. Okay, and this server 2, I have a folder called project 2, and here I have a folder called project 1. Okay.
Right.
And this is the computer called, let's say, file server. Okay. In this computer, you logged into the, let's say you are a tester. This is you. Okay. This is Shahid computer. So this computer name is file server 1. How, Shahid, you will be logging to this computer from your laptop? What you will do?
I would be using the network login which would be given to me.
No, how you connect to him first?
Using that.
No, you will be remote desktop connection, right?
Yeah, of course, but I have to have the login and password for that, right?
That is different thing. I'm asking. So first I open the MSTSC to open the remote desktop connection, right?
Yes, sir.
And then it will be asking you username and password, and
right.
So then you will put your username and password. Then you will be logging to here, right? FS1, right? So when the remote desktop connection will open, so if, let's say for example here, I type MSTSC, I open it, and here I have to type the computer name, right? I put FS1, something like this, right? And then click connect, correct?
Yes.
Right? When I click connect, then and then if you find the computer, it will then and then ask me the username and password. If you do not find the computer, then you see right now he do not find it. He said, I do not find it, right? He will asking username password once he find out that computer, right? So it will got it, remote desktop connection, you got the, okay, now you logged in. Let's see you logged in, right? Once you logged into this computer, now you want to create, your manager told you to create a script. Let's say here you have a folder called backup. Okay? You have a folder called backup. It is under D drive. Under D drive, you have a folder called backup. You want to create a script to copy everything from project 1 folder and everything from project 2 folder to here. What do you do? Let's assume project 1 is shared, project 2 folder also shared, right? Got it? So now you want to create a batch script to copy everything from project 1 to backup folder, and again from project 2 to backup folder. What do you do? So you open a notepad first, right? Then what do you do? In notepad, what will be the command?
X copy, sir.
Huh? X copy. Okay, good. X copy. Then you do.
We will give.
What is the path? So look, project 1 is not in your computer. It is some other computer, right? Then what you have to do? We'll be using UNC path, right? UNC path means what? // computer name / project 1, isn't it?
Yes.
/ start.start, right? If I write it here, let's write here because there is no space over there. So I type x copy server 1 / project 1 / start.start. Even if I want, I put a double quotation so that it is the source, right? And where is the destination? Destination will be d:/backup folder, right? I put click Y, click E. That means if it is even empty, copy it, right? So this is done. What will be the command for this guy? Same command, isn't it? I type x copy. Now server name will be server2 / project2 / start.start, and then it will be coming to same destination backup folder, right? /y/e, right? So now I create a backup script that copy this guy and this guy to backup folder, right? And done, isn't it? Right? You are not talking. Look like to me it is very hard for you.
Yes, sir.
Very hard for you?
No, sir. It is wonderful. I do get it.
Okay. Now, once you did it, now let's say I want to make an automate. I'm a smart guy. I don't want to type this command all the time. I want to run this script every day, every night, 10 p.m. or every day morning, 4 a.m. What you should do?
Yes, sir. You should go to event scheduler.
Is task scheduler, right? So if I just type schedule, open task scheduler, right? And I can do it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So like this. So now, as everybody have a computer with you right now, I'm giving you, everybody watch. On your own computer, everybody has a laptop, right? So based on this scenario, so let's say you have a C drive, okay? On C drive, you create two folders. One is called project 1, project 2, and under project 1 create, let's say, one text file, okay? And under project 2 also create some text file, and then create another file called, let's say, backup, okay? Make project 1 shared, okay? And now create a script, create a batch script that will copy the content of project 1 and project 2 to the backup folder, okay? And make it automate. So here is the thing. Create 3 folder as project 1, project 2, and backup, okay? Number 2, under project 1 and project 2, create some text file, 1 or 2 text files. Number 2, share the project 1 and project 2 folder, okay? Now number 4, create a batch script that will copy the content of project 1 and project 2 to backup folder. Number 5, automate the script to run every day at 4 a.m. Do it. I'm giving you 10 minutes time. Everybody. Everybody at your computer, do it, please. Yeah, everybody, you have computer, okay? Okay, guys, are you guys done? Who completed? So from MD secure Dubai, are you there? Then from MD Sam Thomas, are you there, Mister? Who completed? Please tell me quickly. Okay, from New York, Muhammad Chisti. Hello? Are you there, Muhammad Chisti from New York? I don't know why you raised hand and you are not talking. Okay, from New York, Tanzia Chaudhary.
Yes, I completed.
You completed. Okay, good. I'm making you presenter. I want to see what you did. Okay. Click on your machine that you are the presenter now. Did you click it? Okay, very good. Hold on. Hang on. So everybody watch what she did here. Let me. Okay. So you create a folder called project 1 and project 2, right?
Yeah, I created 3 folders, project 1, project 2, and the backup.
Okay, good. Okay, you explain what you did. Explain to us.
Okay, first I went new folder. I created 3 new folder like this, and I named them like project 1, project 2, and backup.
Okay.
And under project 1 and project 2, I uses the command to create the text file.
Okay, great. Okay.
Like this. Okay, like this, I created 2 text
Okay, got it.
file.
Hmm.
And
okay, that's fine.
I'm trying to cancel this. Is not canceling.
Click don't save. Click don't save. Okay, fine. Text file. Okay.
Okay, then I shared them. Shared this folder like I can go right click, properties, sharing, and share. This is
Okay,
already
very good.
shared. So I shared both of this folder, project 1 and project 2, and then I created a batch script.
Yeah, show me the batch script. Okay, open batch script with Notepad. If you click edit, it will open. Edit.
Okay, yeah.
So you put here Xcopy.
That's my computer name, iToffee. That's the folder name, project 1, and then I copied everything under backup folder.
What do you
Using
mean star? Star means what? Star star. I do not know what is called star star. It will be start dot star.
Yeah. Oh.
You didn't put dot.
Okay.
Okay.
So from iTraffic to the start, this is the source, and from C to this point, this is the like where it will go.
Destination.
So,
Okay. So
and
here,
then I save this as a batch file.
Hang on, you did very good, but when you put the /y, then a space /e, you put it together, right?
Yes.
Make a space here between y and e. Yeah, the second line also. Very good. Save it. Just click File, Save. No, why you click Save as? Just click Save. Yes. Now go to DOS. Go to your backup folder. And now type your script. What is the name of your script? Backup something.
Yes. Backup. Let me check the name.
Backup script.bat. I know what is the problem. You know, no, you create two folders. That's why. Hang on.
Oh.
Click cd dot dot. Type cd back space back. No, space.
Space.
Back.
Back.
Yeah, BACK back. Space up, because when you create a folder, you make a space between back and up. UP. Enter. You see that? So you create this folder. Your script is under this folder. Now type backup script.bat. Right? And now you see the result. One file copied, right?
Yes.
Got it?
Yes.
Okay, now how you automate it?
So I went to the task scheduler. Create a basic task. And put the name like backup script. Next, daily, I want to run the daily. Next, then let's say I want to run it at 10 a.m. Next, start a program. In the program script, I can browse. It's in my C folder. Okay, next, finish. So every day at 10 a.m., this thing will run automatically.
Okay, now click the task scheduler library folder on the back, on the left. Yeah, you should see your job is here. Okay, backup script, right?
Yes.
So now, let's see, you want to run it now. What do? You right click on that job and then click run, right? So though you schedule for 10 a.m., but let's say for some reason you want to run it now, right? You can run it now too, right?
Yeah, but where is the result showing? I don't see the result.
Result will show, you see the destination location, you see the file is there or not, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, very good. What is your name?
Tanzia Chowdhury.
Okay, very good. I am impressed to see your thing. Very good. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Okay. So now you saw that she did very well. So what she did, let's do it here. So what she did here, I'm doing from the DOS, okay? We make a folder called MD project 1, then project 2, and then let's say I create a folder called backup. We create 3 folders, right? We can do it like now. Then CD project 1, and then notepad, Write file name f1.txt. Hello. File, save, file, exit. So now I create a file under project 1, then I cd dot dot cd project 2 notepad f2.txt. Hello. Save. Done, right? Then I have to share project 1 and project 2, right? So the net share, right? Project 1 equal to c colon slash project 1, right? Same thing, project dot bat. I want to see that it's working or not. It's working. How I validate? If I go to now backup folder, I should see that two files should be there. Look, F1 and F2, right? Now I want to automate. So I go to schedule, SCHE, task scheduler, right? And what she did, she said, okay, from here, create a basic task, right? Give a name, backup, let's say daily file, give any name, next, daily, right? You want whatever time you want to set up, you can put the time here, start a program, browse, and your file is backup.bat, this guy, right? Next, next, done, right? So this is the guy. So if you now go to the destination, let's say if I delete this guy, right? And now backup daily, if I run it now, this file came back here, right? That means it is working. So now you don't need any headache. Every day at that time, this job will automatically launch and automatically will execute the file for us, right? So now here you can see that, let's say now I want to make a this folder I also make it as a shared, right? Instead of C, if I make the backup folder also shared, let's say where is the backup? So let's say C backup. If I right click, go to properties, I sharing. This is also I want to share it, for example, right? Permission, make sure I have right permission here, right? Now, if I open Notepad, So instead of like this, if I say, okay, now GTS01/backup, just like a share, right? Sorry, I have to put UNC path like this, right? Right? So all are UNC, right? My source also UNC path, my target also UNC path, right? So now save it. And if you go to your DOS script, just make sure that is still running. Yeah, it's still good, right? Source to destination, right? That's it. So if you know this kind of thing and practice couple of times, then any script you can create in the real world and automate this thing. What you just learned, right? You'll see when you get a job how many times you have to use this kind of thing. You'll see that. Okay? So please everybody practice this kind of thing as much as you can. Okay? So yeah, so I believe we are almost done today. So what I'm going to, so I prefer you guys today. I think this is the questionnaire that I should send you. So have a look tonight if you have time, and before tomorrow morning also if you have time, please have a look. You know, these and all the labs that we already provided to your place. Have a look, right? Normally, what we should do. Let's say the people who are complaining that you guys do not have time. You know, today, let's say today is Saturday, right? So if you definitely, probably you do not have any work tonight, right? Maybe some of you guys have it, I don't know. So let's say if you, let's assume you do not have work. So the people who do not have work, normally if I am in your place, I'll be wake up tomorrow morning 4 o'clock, right? And then 4 to 10 o'clock, I have 6-7 hours, enough time to study, right? So this way you have to do it, friend. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to upload your forum thing, and I want to show you something on the forum. So if I go there, www.peopleandtech.com, if I go there, oh, how come it redirect? Where is the forum thing? Do you guys know? Oh, my forum. They changed it here. Okay. Now that is interesting. Nizam Mahmood. I forgot my password. I'll be lucky if I remember. Oh, that's very good. See, my memory is sharp. So now, purple class, CNSS class, right? So you can see the CNSS class in January 18, I put Sunday, this kind of notes, right? Operating system, this, right? And I also
a little bit lower, Nijam bhai. CNSS class labs 2015. This one.
This guy?
No. This is the 18th and 17th class is this one.
Okay, this one, yeah. Okay, good. So you see that all the notes are already there, right? These are the first 7, like last Saturday class is there, right? I should put a date actually so that you guys know which is what. So now let's say I put a new topics, right? And I put it here, CNSS, and today is January 24, right? January 24, Saturday, Saturday class, right? We put it here. We put this browse and D CNN XM. So I just put it here. Okay. So this one is for everybody, right? Have a look, and you'll see that so many, like, ask yourself what is this, just not memorize, right? Just ask yourself and study like this way. And that today you saw that you know, the girl who saw us, right? She's very good. You see that's kind of thing. You really don't need to be 100% accurate, but at least you know what is you are doing, right? And that's the thing I want from everybody. And everybody easily can capable. So the DAWs lab and everything that you have, please spend some time. Then you'll enjoy everything, right? Okay, anyways, guys. So I think so Said bhai, I think I'm done. But you guys want to continue another half an hour, or you want to give them to go home?
Okay, Niyam bhai, actually, I think once you are done, it will be overloading them somewhere. But I am taking a few minutes time for showing something to the new people who have been new in this batch, might be a little bit confused about using the forum.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, Niyam bhai. So I am taking the control of the presenter, okay?
Okay, go ahead, please. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
so,
guys.
Okay, Niyam bhai, thank you. So here's my screen. Actually, a new thing happened today. Actually, from today morning. Yesterday, it was up. Yesterday it was updated, so the forum is in a new shape, so you might not be getting confused entering the forum. Once you are typing peopleandtech.com, usually we did not receive this page, right? Yeah. So you will be redirecting to this, you will be actually entering this page, and you will have to get redirected to your account. For finding your account, you will have to click here on my forum. Okay? Once you click on my forum, you will be redirected to the page actually where from you are entering usually. So once you enter there, once you are entered here, okay. For everybody, please look at my messages. I am telling you, because whatever we are conveying through forum, you will be finding all the messages here. If you are going to my messages, you can find, can everybody open? You can find, you have 2, 3, 15, 20, 70, 150 messages unread, because you never entered in messages. And that is why I usually get calls, yes, the link is not there, I don't find the link, where is the link, when the link will be uploaded. You do not need to call me actually. Once you are going there, whatever we are doing, updating, everything is updated there. So please make sure you are checking your my messages. And you will be finding all the new messages. Straight away it will be taking you to the new messages. And you see I do not have any messages. Means nobody replied my message. If somebody had even replied, I replied it immediately, so I got it. So make sure you are going to the messages, and if you have anything to reply for my messages or anybody is posting their messages, just click on reply. Okay, here you go. In my messages, if you are intending to reply, you see this lady has sent me a message, and you have forwarded or responded to these messages. Means I have replied to this message. She had in need of some information, I replied her message. So if you have some question, you can be putting there. Although my reply will be really small in one line, this summary I will be telling. So you can be replying. If you click on reply, you can put a reply to that message. For example, if you intend to reply my messages, open this message. Here is the reply button. Click on reply button, type your reply, press send. It will be coming back to me as my message. So that is the easy way actually for keeping in touch with us, up to date with up-to-date information. This is number one. For everybody, make sure you are doing this. Number two, what we are studying next Saturday? Nobody knows. Everybody know? Okay, go to PIAT calendar. What is the batch this is? Weekend batch, right? Go to weekend batch. And you see what is the date? Wow, you see everything, everybody knows these things, right? So, you can be finding those dates, because if anything is being changed, we will be updating this calendar. So you don't want to ask anybody what is going on. Why I am showing this? You can have a plan. That is one important thing you need. Because 4 months time will just fly away. Before you are thinking you have started learning, you will be finding 1.5 months gone. So make sure, if you are dedicated and focused, make sure you have a plan. On the basis of these subjects, okay, I will be finishing CNSS tomorrow. So when can I take a mentoring session for this one? Before that, you have to prepare your document for CNSS presentation, and you will have to get a slot approved there, right? So make sure you have a plan on the basis of these dates. Even if it is changed, well, hardly it will be maximum of 1 week. It cannot be changed for 2 months. Even if it is changed, it will be changed only for 1 week. So you have the documents, whatever you are doing when. Okay. Next thing actually for the newcomer. Do you know what you are doing now? Yes, because yes, last Saturday, Sunday, I have taken CNSS class. Mr. Nizam Mahmood took the class. He started the class at 10 a.m. He finished most likely at 4:35 p.m., right? After 2 months, what you did on the first day, you forget, right? So we will be asking you, hey, how far you have proceeded? How far you have progressed? You will not be able to answer. Well, blah, blah, you know, that type of answer. Do not do that. Keep your track. Where from you can keep your track? Here you see, just under mentoring sessions document, mentorings are there, invitation for class by PIT, all classes are there. Just you identify what class you are looking for. Whatever class right now going on has a link in the forum. Whenever we are telling the link is uploaded in the forum, means the link is posted there. For example, today's class is a weekend class, right? What is weekend SDLC manual testing, right? If you are going to weekend, this is weekend SDLC, right? Oh no, this is weekdays. Okay, here it is weekend SDLC. You can find it. Click on weekend SDLC. You'll see what is the date range here. 1/17/15 to 3/1/15. What will be happening after 3/1/15? After 3/1/15, there will be another link uploaded on the required place, not necessarily just over this one, because that one will not be an SDLC class, right? That will be a QTP class or performance engineering class or Selenium class. So I don't know where you are going. Somebody is going for QTP, somebody is going for Selenium, some other is going for performance. So you will be finding them back again. You will be finding them weekend load runner performance, weekend quick test pro, weekend Selenium. So we'll be finding your link in the right thread. Just look for the thread, the correct thread, and you will be finding those things. Once you find that one, you know how to submit the registration request. Go for this one, for example, weekend SDLC. Here, click on this link. You see the how to register webinar. The information is there. If you are not sure how to do it, please read this thing. Then click this link. The registration form will be popping up. Okay? So how to write this first name? This is why actually we are precisely looking for, because you see people in front, you can see. You see everybody is in sequence. So if somebody is looking for an answer, we are able to find him or her to answer their question. If I cannot sort them accordingly with the student IDs, it is really difficult to find out Mr. 1 Abdul Rahman, right? Because so many Abdul Rahmans are there. Maybe, I'm telling. So make sure for getting your identity specified in our list, whenever you are typing your first name, put your student ID before that. That's it. My student ID is 0003 ID is 6 digits, right? For Canada people and Bangladesh people, if you are there with the registration, you will have to put 7 digits. Because CIN has 3 digits, BAN has 3 digits. All other state ID are 2 digits. So for USA people who are joining here, put your 6 digits. For Canada and Bangladesh people who are registered, put 7 digits. Instead of 6 digits, make it 7 digits. And then 1 underscore, your identity is differentiated from your first name, right? This underscore is differentiating your ID with the first name. Just type your first name like this, and last name and your email address. I got a call today morning. So I did not get the registration link. I told I have approved. Nobody is waiting in my list. How come I did not get it? I submitted registration request day before yesterday. So I told I do not have anybody waiting in my list. So let me check. So he typed his email address without the numbers after it. You got it? For example, my email address is Sayed1257@gmail.com. He put Sayed@gmail.com. So the mail might have gone to Sayed@gmail.com. Right? The mail will be sent. So please be sure you are typing your email address correctly. Otherwise, this link will be going to somebody else. And it may be creating a problem for us also. We don't know who is receiving that one. So, and your phone number for contact purpose, especially on the session if we need. And last 6 digits of student ID, again, these 6 digits or 7 digits, whatever it is, place it here. And hit registered, you are registered. Yes, they will be telling you are waiting for approval or something like that. Just wait for approval. For sure, you will be getting it well before the class is starting. Okay, so this is about how to register. Now you have registered so many classes. And you forgot what you have done so far. After 3 weeks, you will be forgetting, because after this class, 7, 10, 15 people will be sitting here doing some group discussion or taking some tutoring if somebody feels. Okay? So that should be coming into a picture, because that is a requirement. So after 1.5 months, you will be forgetting when you took those things. So we have a self-assessment form here. Once you are under individual portfolio, look at this one, individual portfolio. Under individual portfolio, the template is there. Portfolio template, go there, portfolio template in the attached file, download this file. This is a self-explained information. If you like, you can go through it. I am telling them in a summary. Minimum requirement for these activity. You need these activities, and these are the minimum requirements. For this activity, actually what to do? How to record? Here is the portfolio template. Just download this one. This is a Word file. Save it in your file, in your desktop or somewhere where actually you have, and make a backup copy. What Nizam Bhai taught. So once you are updating this one, the backup is going there and it is saved. Open this one. Compose your activity. Whatever you are doing. All those requirements are separately tabled here. In each table, minimum requirement is written. An example is given here. So just fill out this form, and whenever somebody is asking, hey, how far you are proceeded, just present it to them. Hey, this is my progress. Okay? So this is one more thing. So make sure you are downloading. Everybody, make sure you are downloading it today. Start filling out, because 1 week class is to be recorded by this time. Today's class, 3 classes are to be recorded there. So put the records, put them on the records so that you don't forget. Okay. What else actually? Another area is mentoring. For mentoring, I have a request to everybody. People who are Mr. Richmond Asante is left. I am sorry to inform you that from last 2 weeks, I have got at least 4 or 5 cancellation requests. This is really hurting because getting a slot is, people are fighting for getting a slot. I'm not able to give them a slot. Once this slot is allotted and just 3, 4, 7 hours before the session, somebody is telling, "Hey, said, but you know, I have an emergency. My XP machine is not working." I have so many actually arguments on those things. Once you have a mentoring session, you will have to be sure with a backup plan that you are attending that session. Otherwise, what we are going to do, actually we started doing, for last few days we are lagging a little bit behind. If somebody is not cancelling a session without 7 days prior notice, with good reason, he or she will not be getting any mentoring session in coming 2 months. Number one, even if he or she has a mentoring session scheduled, those will be cancelled. Because who missed this session, I am not pretty sure he or she is going to take the next session. He may be or she may be giving a call 2 hours before the session. Hey, I am sick. So that is the reason. And most importantly, this is notified here in this session. That is not really very courteous, but I'm sorry I am to put it there because I have to have those records. For example, I'm not giving some name. You will find somewhere did not appear. Means even he did not give me a call. He or she did not give me a call. Just after starting the session, we are not able to find him over telephone either. So make sure this will be killing your plan. Whatever you are making a plan, these will be killing your plan. Yes, for emergency purpose, 6, 7 days before you are telling some reasons. Yes, we will be actually honoring them, but that does not mean it will be jeopardizing my system. Because this is a system, people are waiting, and you know, they did not appear, but 7, 10 people joined there and spent their hours. It cannot be tolerated, right? So make sure whenever you are making a plan, keep a backup plan with you. Even if in some urgent circumstances, I will have to do it. So have your alternative plan, because missing 1 slot means you are getting 1 month behind. And dropping 1 slot means you are getting 2 months behind. Okay, so that is actually mentoring and class notes as he has shown. Hanibai will be starting the SDLC next Saturday. So after going home tomorrow, because I'm not pretty sure I may not get a chance tomorrow again. So I'm showing you once you are going to after tomorrow's class, if you want to come prepared, just go through this SDLC. People and take video tutorials. Okay? Under video tutorials, there are SDLC. This will be started. So there are 2 video tutorials I recommend everybody before coming tomorrow's next week's class. Make sure you are watching them as much possible. How to enter there? Just click on this one. You will be finding a link here. But before going to link, before clicking on link, have a piece of paper and a pen in your hand. Take the note of this username and password. Because once you are clicking the link, it will be asking for a username and password. Do not use your one. It will not be allowing you to enter. Your forum username and password only for entering your forum. Only for entering your forum. Nowhere else you should be putting those. Only in the purpose of entering into the forum, you use your username and password. Nowhere else. So here it will be looking for username and password. You can be taking them as a note. I am not pretty sure. I think it will not be allowing me copy. Huh? It will? Okay, in that case, PNT member. And the password is Yeah, it took, right? So log in. You see the video is started. You see here, the video started. Okay, so that is a little bit in advance I have told. Just go through this. People and Tech Forum is a resource where you can spend 1,000 hours. Where you can spend 1,000 hours for learning purpose. So just learn how to serve these People and Tech Forum. Most importantly, if you are able to do the surfing as you require, you are already a tester. You are already a tester. This link is working, this link is not working, this link is leading me to wrong link, something like that, right? So that is all about testing. Whenever you will be going to some other application, you will be finding there are very few percentage of People and Tech Forum, because this is robust. Other people does not need that much of depth or diversity. What we need, a banking software needs some calculations, some money deposits, a few of the tasks. A health software needs some information regarding some doctors and the members. But here we have so many things. That is why this forum is so diversified software. It will be helping you learning whatever may be included in an application. So make sure you are surfing it good. If you have any question, give me a call. I'll be very pleased to answer all those things. So thank you very much, everybody. I just took the opportunity to this 15 minutes for. Anybody have any question? Let me go.
Yeah.
Yes, question.
Sometimes you don't see the link to join.
What? So you just give me a call. For example, we are running a little bit, actually, as I told, makeshift arrangement, but up to 28, I think links are uploaded already.
No.
Yeah. January 20.
Oh, February confirmation.
No, February is not yet uploaded. February will be reshuffled actually. Because, another thing actually, please do not reply to these. Please do not reply to these mentoring threads, because nothing to be replied there. If you have a question, just post one to Syed Hussain. He will be answering. But this is a thread and ending nowhere. Nobody is opening that one as a thread. So do not reply to these threads of mentoring links, because that is different issue. This is for notification purpose only. So in February, what he was telling about, in January you will be finding a lot of disorder in dates. That happened because of these replies. People replied in February also. So I will have to rearrange all these things by within few days. That is what I am doing. I am doing actually by tomorrow, day after tomorrow, we will be finishing it. That is why actually we are not looking into that one. Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
We have to register every just CNSS and then we have to register every class.
No, I'm telling you have seen the date range.
Okay.
Within this date range, one registration is required.
Oh, okay. And you come up another one?
Yes, after March 1st, we will be studying a new module, and everybody will be their own choices. Okay. They will have to submit their one, and for 10 weeks they will not be needing anymore.
All right, but actually on the forum, I saw that the deadline was January 14th for weekend.
I don't. So what you were telling about? Let me go there. Here is the registration weekend SDLC, right?
Yeah.
117 to 31.
Yes, but if you open it, the deadline is for I believe I showed for January 14th.
No, that one.
I mean, people just scroll down. Yeah,
No. This link was supposed to be removed on 114. I did not remove it because some of them still submitting registration.
Oh, okay.
The link will not be available. That was the notification actually I made, that this link will be removed. so that deadline of the registration is valid. But you know, still if I am opening this one now, I'll find somebody submitted registration just few minutes back. Okay, no, that is why actually just for those late people, I still keep it there. Okay. So if there is no more question, online people, if you have any question, you can ask it. Okay. Since there is no question, I am closing the session right now. Thank you, everybody. Meet you tomorrow morning.